Shalom. I'm Kahan Yardan, bringing forth today's live Shabbat class, following up from last week as we talked about the 7 sins of Sodom. We're continuing in this series, The Last Days. And we talked about last week how you know when you see the sins of Sodom upon a certain nation that the last days are there. It's not only Sodom, you also have to see that same spirit of Egypt and Babylon upon them. But we're focusing now on the sins that were upon the people of Sodom. And we showed last week that it's not what we're taught, that it's always homosexuality or some LGBT stuff. That's not purely what it is. That is a symptom of the real sin, the real spirits that were in the minds of these Sodomites. So we're going to go through that today. Again, we're going to recap that real quick as we continue on showing how this nation, Western society, but being spearheaded by America, has that same spirit or the same several spirits, 7 spirits of Sodom. I'm joined today by my readers. On my right, we have AP candidate Cameron, still waiting on the Hebrew name, but he's here, ready to make it happen. And on my left, AP Asai, coming in representing that 6th AP class, both of them, ready to go and study and make it happen to obtain this priesthood of Abba Yahweh. And it's much needed. The priesthood is absolutely needed because, as we've shown in several classes, sin is not just an action, it is a spirit. It is an evil spirit, an evil force from Hasatan that enters into the mind of those who transgress and causes them to be children of Hasatan. And this is what happened to Sodom. Satan entered into their minds to make them do the things that they did. And so we need priests, soldiers of Malach Tadak of Yahushua to stand strong, to give offerings and sacrifice, to remove sin, to cast out these demons from the minds of our people, especially those caught up in this Sodomite nation. And so we're going to get into that. If AP Asai, if you grab Ezekiel 16, and we're going to pick it right up in the 49th verse.
Behold, this was the iniquity of thy sister Sodom, pride.
All right, so we see that Ezekiel is speaking as a mouthpiece of Abba Yahweh, but not to the nations. He's speaking to Israel. He's speaking to Judah at Jerusalem and saying, this was the sin that was on Israel, the northern kingdom, and you followed suit. As a matter of fact, you did worse than them. You are just like Sodom. Matter of fact, you're worse than Sodom. Now, this is being told to Israel. We showed last week, in the class last week, that these Sodomites came from the lineage of Ham. And we showed there were 5 cities. Sodom was one city. Gomorrah was another. You had a few others. Zeboim, Admah. And then you had a Shemite from the lineage of Ashur, coming and building his own city right next to them called Balaam. And he had upon him the same spirit. As that city started to grow, the same spirit was upon them. So it's not about a specific group of people. It's not you're a white man, so you're a Sodomite. It's not that. Because these were Hamites plus a Shemite, building their cities, and they all had the spirit upon them. And we see even after the destruction, that spirit did not just go away. It came upon even the chosen people, the children of Israel. They were acting just like Sodomites. Now, what does that mean? Read that verse again.
Behold, this was the iniquity of thy sister Sodom, pride.
Pride was one of the first and chief spirits that were upon them. Pride, we showed this last week. This comes from the Hebrew. If anybody's following in the Strongs or any other concordance, we go to the Strongs because it's easier for people to follow along with. H1342, arrogance, excellency, majesty, pomp, pride, proud, swelling. So we covered last week that this was saying they thought they were royalty. They thought they were high up. They thought that they were greater than who they really are. Abraham was the king. Or Abram was the king, and then when his name was changed to Abraham, they're like, we don't like that. Matter of fact, I'm the king now. They were proud. That spirit of sin entered into them to make them think that. What else happened?
Fullness of bread.
Fullness of bread. We showed this fullness was Shabbat, H7647. Satiety, fullness, comes from the word H7646, Sabah, copiousness, abundance, plenteousness of lakam. Through the oblations, the sacrifices, their tithes that they were offering to Abraham, as we covered last week. We're not going through that today, but you need to go back and watch that class to understand the full understanding of what we're talking about. Through their abundance that Yahweh gave them because they were given tithes to Abraham, they began to be wanton, to sit back, say, we got everything. Why do we need to serve the Most High when we have everything already? You don't know the Most High was the one who gave you that fullness of bread, the abundance, the plenteousness? So because of that, Satan entered into them and say, you got everything. And since you have everything, what was the course of that? What was the cause?
An abundance of idleness.
Abundance of idleness. And this abundance is not just talking about they had a bunch of idleness. This word is shalah in Hebrew, the concordance H7962. Tranquil, at peace, quiet, at rest. So they were at rest. They had tranquility. They had no wars going on. Once Abraham came with his elite army of 318 men and slayed all their enemies for them, Abba Yahweh was fighting on their behalf with Abraham. And so they didn't have to lift a finger to go to war. And so they said, I'm good. I'm at peace. I'm at rest. Let me kick my feet up. I got an abundance of bread. I got all I could ever want, all the goods I could ever ask for, and nobody's coming to try to take that from me. Nobody's trying to conquer me. And so that idleness is H8252. Appease idleness, to be still. They weren't moving. They were inactive, as it says, to be quiet. They were not making any moves. They were not doing anything of righteousness. And so what happens if you're home alone, just sitting with nothing to do? You start thinking of some weird stuff. You start thinking of some weird, crazy stuff. You start looking at that fish tank like, I see I got some snails in the fish tank. I ain't never tasted a snail. What does snail taste like? You start thinking some weird stuff because you have an abundance of idleness. You're just sitting there inactive, not doing anything. And so this spirit came on them to be lazy, to sit back, to enjoy the finer things of life. And we talked about that on the 9th Hour podcast, not this week, but the week before. How there's these people who were Epicureans. They liked pleasure and no pain. So to get up early and to get in the oblations, as you see the priests do here at the House of Wisdom, for 12 hours every day, starting at 3 a.m., and you don't start at 3 a.m., you prep beforehand. So a lot of these priests start at 2 a.m. to give an oblation at 3 a.m., and then so on. Next priest comes at 4 and 5 and 6. That's not pleasurable to the flesh. That's painful. And so they said, why am I doing that? Why am I getting up early? David talked about in the song, he prevented the sun, meaning he got ready before the sun even came up to get ready for those oblations. That's painful to the flesh. It's pleasurable to the spirit, but that flesh is not like that. But an Epicurean says, why am I doing this if it's painful to my flesh? I want to kick back. I want to get my feet up and relax and enjoy life. This is the sin that the Sodomites fell into. This is the spirit that was on them to kick back and enjoy the flesh and let the spirit become lean and not active. Let's read on.
Was in her and in her daughters, neither did she strengthen the hand of the poor and needy.
So with all the plenteous of goods and with all that idle time, with all that tranquility, they never said, let me help out my people who have less than me. Let me go and strengthen those who are not strong like us. Matter of fact, we're going to show in this class, Abba willing, that they did the opposite. They went and tortured the poor. We're going to show that, Abba willing. Let's read on. What else were they? What other sin was upon them?
Verse 50, and they were haughty.
A spirit of haughtiness. sin will come in you, and just like it makes you think your majesty, your royalty, make you think that, it don't stink.
Got the God complex.
Yeah. They got this God complex. And that spirit of haughtiness is from that word H.1361. It's to be lofty, to exalt yourself. They exalted themselves. They said, I'm the elite. I'm the upper class. Anybody who's not up here, you're a peon. You're not worth the ground I walk on. You're not even a human, is how they looked at it. That sounds just like people today. These people get so into their motions and so much into whatever they think is good that they start to do some sort of crazy stuff. They start to exalt themselves and think they're great and they're high when really they are just like everybody else. Let's read on, AP.
And committed abomination before me. Therefore, I took them away as I saw good.
All right, so they committed abominations through these spirits of sin that were upon them. Because they were haughty, they start to commit weird types of abominations. Because they were proud, they started to do all types of crazy stuff. And so we see that they start to engage in all manners of abominations. This is where some of the weird stuff start to come from. They weren't straight up homosexuals, but because they had idleness of time, they said, I had women, never had men. Now I had men, I never had little girls. This is how it starts to grow. That was a symptom of the main issue and the main cause. And so it said, therefore I took them away as I saw good. We showed that this is a poor translation last week. We can go in it real quick. If anybody's following along in the concordance, the word there was sure, H5493, which is indeed take away. But the word following that, it's H8853, eth. And we showed countless times that this eth is not just a random filler word. This is how the King James translators treated it, like it was a filler word. Sometimes it means them, sometimes it means it, sometimes it means we, sometimes it means nothing. Sometimes we just skip over it. This eth is a very important word. This eth, H853, means the covenant. It means a covenant. And you see this word all throughout scriptures. Abba Yahweh always worked with a covenant and through a covenant with whoever it was, whether it was the angels, whether it was mankind, even the sun, moon, and stars had a covenant. Even the animals have a covenant. Even basic things like the ground, the grasses have a covenant with Abba Yahweh. And so he took away the covenant from the Sodomites. They had a covenant with Abba Yahweh through Abram. And when Abraham got his new covenant to be circumcised, or when his covenant was elevated and his name was changed, the Most High said, now you must circumcise your flesh. I know you're 99 years old. Yeah, deal with that pain. Same thing to you, Ishmael. I know you're 13. Yeah, you're going to deal with some pain. But for everybody else after him, for Isaac, do it at 8 days old. They're not even going to, be mindful of that. And those Sodomites that were in covenant with Abram said, I don't want none of that. I enjoy what I use that for. I don't want that for pain. I'm an Epicurean. Why would I go through pain? And so they loved their idleness and their highness. And they didn't want to submit to the covenant of Abba Yahweh. And so the Most High said, I'm going to take it away. And you see the result of him taking away his covenant. Read on, AP.
Can I add to that real quick?
We'll go ahead and finish that up, and then you can go ahead.
All right. 51. Neither have Samaria committed half of thy sins. Thou hast multiplied thine abominations more than they. Because
the covenant was taken away, you've multiplied abominations. Your abominations have skyrocketed up to the heavens. And even the people of the earth cry out because of the abomination of these people, just like they did back in the times of Noah. And so now, if AP candidate Cameron, if you get Revelation 7, and what was that you had, AP Asa?
I just wanted to add that it seems like their desires seemed like it was defiling the covenants that the Most High made with the sun, moon, and the stars, with the animals. Mm-hmm. They just went in and defiled everything. They probably was bestiality, messing with animals as well as mixing in and messing with men, women with women, etc.
Yep. And we see that today because of all the abundance that this nation has, that these people have. And it's not just one nation. It's a spirit that transcends boundaries, that transcends borders and even oceans. You see this all throughout European society too, that they engage in some weird stuff. When they have that abundance, that they start to do some crazy stuff. I mean, you look at, what was it, the Netherlands. Netherlands is a very rich country. It ain't as rich as America, of course. But look at Amsterdam. They have red light districts. Districts where it's a bunch of red lights. Those who know, you know what's going on there. Yeah, anything goes. All types of stuff are legalized. You can get into all types of stuff. You can buy whatever you want to do. You have all this weird stuff because they're just having a bunch of time. Now imagine if you had an existential war on the forefront. You go into the red light district. I mean, you got to train day and night to be a good soldier, to fight for your own lifestyle, to live, just to have a sovereign country. Are you going to the red light district? Are you buying cocaine or something? No, you're going to be trained. You're going to be ready for war. But because they don't have that, because they have a bunch of idleness and goods, now it's not a problem. We got time to enjoy ourselves. And we're not concerned about the poor and the needy. We want to have fun. Let's read that. Revelations 11. Pick up at verse 7, AP.
And when they shall have finished their testimony, the beast that sendeth out of the bottomless pit shall make war against them, and shall overcome them, and kill them.
So we talked about this last week. These are the two witnesses. These are the church on earth and the church in heaven, being in unison. And so the church on earth was being oppressed when they were first coming and establishing Abiyah's will through force, through bringing fire from heaven, that anybody who would come against them, Hasatan didn't like that because they're bringing light to his dark world. And so he rose up and he invoked the spirit upon the people to go and oppress and kill them. Read on.
Verse 8. And their dead bodies shall lie in the street of the great city, which spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt.
This is the spirit that the beast would put on the people that will go and kill the prophets of Abiyah, that would try to persecute his church. The spirit of Egypt, but also of Sodom. And this is why it is important to see and to know what those sins were, what the spirit of Sodom is. It's these things. It's not a bunch of homosexuals. How are they killing the prophets? Right. They don't. These people won't bust a grape, as they say. These soft people are not the ones going and killing. It's not just purely about that. The Greeks were a great example of somebody with the spirit of Sodom upon them. They were mighty and great warriors. But when they had abundance and idleness, what were they doing? They were kicking their feet up and doing some weird, crazy stuff. We talked about it in several classes. We showed the etymology of gymnasium. Everybody works out. Y'all talk about, I'm going to the gym. Going to the gym. What does gym mean? Y'all remember what gym means?
Exercise naked.
Yeah, place of butt naked exercise. And that tradition still carries over today. What happens? You go in the locker room. You got an old white man with his leg cocked up, no clothes on, with a towel, wiping himself. All in the middle, nothing, no hiding nothing.
Yo, I saw a T-shirt this past week. It was a night.
I gotta let y'all know what it feels like. Those who don't go, I need y'all to know my pain.
It was a Nike T-shirt, and it had a bunch of warriors running naked.
Yep.
So, I mean, somebody knows what it means.
And we're talking about doing that on the 9th hour, talking about Washington, D.C. It is the epitome of a heathen city, of an idolatrous city. And what do you see on government buildings? What are some of the engravings you see? Butt naked women riding on horses, going forth to conquer. Why they gotta be naked? Why they gotta be bare-chested? Why? Why? Because they have this Greek and Roman fashion. They have the spirit of Sodom upon them. Read on. AP candidate.
Continuing verse 8, where also our Lord was crucified. And they of the people and kindreds and tongues and nations shall see their dead bodies. 3 days and a half, and shall not suffer their dead bodies to be put in graves.
All right, so we talked about this. This 3.5 is the halfway point of the curse of Adam. He was cursed for 7,000 years, or 7 days. And so half of 7 is 3.5. 3.5 days, or 3,500 years. For the remainder of the curse and the punishment of Adam, their dead bodies shall be strewn out in the streets, and these nations that have conquered shall go out and celebrate. Read on.
In verse 10, and they that dwell upon the earth shall rejoice over them and make merry, and shall send gifts one to another, because these two prophets tormented them that dwelt on the earth.
Those with the sodomite spirit, with the spirit of Egypt, yeah, they got tormented. Because wickedness does not like righteousness. Righteousness was torment to the wicked. But righteousness is what Abihal wants this earth to be. And so we can't stop. So they rejoiced, knowing that those who were doing righteousness had been killed, and that wickedness can start to continue to grow. It's like bacteria. Sin is like bacteria. Bacteria doesn't like when you spray it down with some bleach or some tea tree oil. That joint stings. You ever put oregano oil straight on your skin? That joint stings. It stings a human. Imagine a bacteria. Imagine one bacteria getting hit with that. That can't take it. It's gone. It's dead. I made the mistake of getting cinnamon oil, thinking, it's cinnamon. It's going to smell good. That joint burns. I got rashes on my skin, not because it was bad, because it burned me. So imagine you put that cinnamon oil on just one little amoeba. It's getting fried. And it's getting tormented. But what happens if you don't clean yourself? What happens if you don't clean something? That bacteria just starts to grow and grow and grow continually until it becomes a blockage. This is what wickedness and sin wants upon the earth. Let's read on.
Verse 11, and after 3 days and a half, the spirit of life from the Most High entered into them, and they stood upon their feet, and great fear fell upon them which saw them. Great
fear fell upon those who had the spirit of Sodom upon them and had slayed these prophets. And so we see that we need to see who has the spirit of Sodom upon them, because this is related to the end of the world. The end of the world as we know it, I should say. At the end of those 3.5 days, the Most High is going to put his spirit out on his prophets, on his church in earth, raise us up, and great fear is going to come upon those who operated with that sodomite spirit. Let's read on.
And they heard a great voice from heaven saying unto them, Come up hither. And they ascended up to heaven in a cloud, and their enemies beheld them. And the same hour was there a great earthquake, and a 10th part of the city fell. And in the earthquake were slain of men 7,000, and the remnant were affrighted, and gave glory to the Most High of heaven.
So at that day, we know the great earthquake is the end of the 6th millennia, the beginning of the seventh millennia of rest, the great Shabbat, where Abihal shall resurrect the saints who operate in the covenant of Abihal, and they shall reign as kings and priests for 1,000 years. And so this is the conquering of the spirit of Sodom. And in that the 7th angel shall sound. Why the 7th angel? Because the beginning of the 7th millennia. This is how we know the end times, the last days are upon us. And so if we see the Most High pouring out the Spirit upon us, we also see the spirit of Sodom decreasing. But if we can identify the spirit of Sodom, if we can see it, we know that we are in those last times. Let's pick up now 1 Timothy 6:3 as we continue into this class. But before we get into that, we're going to talk about some announcements, some things that we have going on here at the House of Wisdom. So we talked about it last week we've been talking about it for a few weeks actually, that this is now the 20th anniversary of the House of Wisdom. This year, 2026, this book, all praise the Most High, this book, Messianic Faith, was released in 2006. The House of Wisdom was incorporated back then in 2006. And so we are in that 20th year anniversary. And we know when David instituted the course of David, brought his priests, the poorest together, he said, 20 years old, this is when you're considered a man. This is when you're considered an adult. This is when you can execute that priest office. And so this is a pivotal point for the House of Wisdom, a pivotal point of growth. And so we implore everybody, all the members, to stay in contact with us because we're looking to do something special. We're looking to gather together, have I don't want to quite say a holy convocation, but we have a righteous celebration. No kind of Epstein parties, no Diddy parties. We want to have a righteous type of party like David had for the saints of Abba Yahweh who, want to celebrate this milestone. And while you're at it, go to the city of Adam and get your book. Get Messianic Faith. We had a shout out yesterday on the podcast. Brother Michael Jackson, no relation, was talking about the book Messianic Faith, that you need to get this. It is an absolute beautiful read. And you need to understand faith, as it says in Hebrews 11, that without faith, it is impossible to please the Most High. So if Hasatan is in your mind making you think that faith is blind belief, you'll be like Hasatan. Or you'll be like the Messiah being tempted by Hasatan. What did he tell him? Just jump off this mountain. Jump off. Most High is going to protect you. Take a leap of faith. Don't look at what you're about to jump in. Just jump off. The Most High is going to protect you. What did the Messiah respond to him? You're right. That's what real faith is. He said, absolutely not. Don't you know what the scriptures say? Don't tempt the Most High. That is not faith. Faith is proof and evidence. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen, tangible things of the spiritual realm of Abba Yahweh, who you cannot see with physical eyes. To get the full understanding, get this book and watch the classes that we've done on YouTube. Also, we have calendars available. We're currently working on this year's calendar. We're actually making some changes. We're hoping for some big things. I'm not going to talk about it in detail, but we're hoping for some big updates on the calendar. So stick with us. I know we're still talking about last year's calendar, but we know with the Enochian calendar, you can kind of use this. It's not the same, but you can kind of use this even for this current year. So make sure you have a calendar. This is absolutely essential for a saint of Abba Yahweh. What's the whole duty of man? AP, what's the whole duty of man? Fear the Most High and keep his commandments. Absolutely. So what are the commandments? His feast days. That's a whole nother topic. If you're new, you got to watch the class, the true 10 commandments. But his commandments are the feast days. If you don't know when the feast days are, if you don't know how to execute a feast day, how are you going to keep the commandments of Abba Yahweh? You have to know when the feast days are. So make sure you have a calendar. This is an essential part of the repertoire of any saint. If you don't have a calendar, I don't know what you're doing. I don't know how you're relying on somebody else. Be like the wise virgins who already had the oil. Don't go and say at the last moment, can you give me some oil? I need some oil. Can I get that? Nah, get your oil now. Because we do have a feast coming up in about a month and a week, about 5 weeks from now. It's called the Feast of Weeks. Some people say, hey, hold on, I already did my Feast of Weeks. It's 50 days after Passover. No, it's not. It's at the time of the summer solstice. Deuteronomy tells you when you put the sickle to the corn, that is when you count your feast. That's when you start the count of 50 days, not after Passover. Who's putting a sickle to the corn on Passover? If you put a sickle to the corn on Passover, you're going to be put to death in Moses' day. You working on the feast? You harvesting on the feast? We're going to stone that brother. It's the feast of Abba Yahweh. Once the Shabbat is over, I'm throwing a stone at your head. And so how are you putting a sickle to the corn on Passover? And then the day after Passover, after you sacrifice the Passover, is the first day of the Feast of Weeks, the Holy Convocation. You working on that day, we putting you to death, would say somebody in Moses' covenant. And so how are you putting a sickle to the corn and then counting 50 days? You're contradicting yourself. It's the summer solstice. This is the time that the wheat and the crops are ready to be harvested. You have no harvest at Passover. These feasts are about taking your harvest and heaving it up to Abba Yahweh. So you must have something to give. So we're getting ready to release the feast registration, Abba willing, as soon as we can. So make sure you're getting yourself together. And once again, you need a calendar to know when that feast is. I'll tell everybody, I believe that's so-called June 20th, 21st, something like that. You know, I know the Hebrew dates. I I don't really know this Gregorian stuff. That changes all the time. First month or fourth month, first day. That's the beginning of the feast. And so that is the beginning of the Feast of Weeks. Then we count 50 days. And after that, we keep the Feast of Ingathering in the summer season. So get ready for the feast. Abba willing, we're going to be celebrating that and hosting that here at the House of Wisdom for all those who want to come, want to attend. And that's a perfect time to get consecrated as well. If you're interested in getting consecrated, please reach out to us. Please talk to us. This is absolutely essential to knowing the times that we're in and being saved in those last days. Speaking of the feast as well, we know, and we've been talking about every week, that we must give our tithes. And we show countless times, tithes are not money. Tithes are the agricultural increase or the tenth of your agricultural increase. And the priests take that and offer a sacrifice. If you don't have these particular points, you're not doing tithes. You're not offering tithes. If you give money to a religious person, a pastor, a preacher, a deacon, a prophet, an apostle, even another Israelite, and they're not giving a sacrifice with it, you have not given tithes. You must, it's not just money, it is agricultural goods. Earlier today, we gave the oblations, the meat offering, the drink offering, the bread, the wine. This is what the tithes are. The incense, those are natural things. Incense come from a tree. Matter of fact, go ahead and light some incense. Those things come from a tree. Those are your agricultural increase that we offer to Abba Yahweh, and the priests need that to give continual sacrifices. So go to cityofadam.com/shop/tithes, or go to the link in the description or scan the QR code to support the House of Wisdom, to support the royal priesthood, so we can offer oblations as you give your tithes. And you can also receive tithes. You can have them mailed to you, or you can pick them up here locally so that you can partake in the oblations with the priest, being oneness in bread and in the wine. And along with that, that doesn't mean there is no money involved. There is such thing as a offering of money. It's called a free will offering. Why is it called a free will offering? Because you offer it freely. There is no set number. There is no, you must give 10% of your check. No, you give according to what the Most High has blessed you with. If you're a millionaire or a billionaire, or you on your way to be a trillionaire like Elon Musk and you need to give some free will offerings, yeah, go ahead, drop $1 billion. That's a fraction. Well, I think last week the brother said he was worth $800 billion. $1 billion out of $800 billion. That's like chump change. That's what he finds in his couch cushions. Yeah, it's a drop in a bucket of $800 billion. But then the Messiah saw the woman who gave 2 pence, and that was everything she had. And she gave more than the rich man because she gave everything. And so if Elon Musk comes around and says, hey, look, I'm going to convert. I'm no longer with that Epstein stuff. I'm going to beg y'all, can I come to y'all feast? And he says, here's $1 billion. He's like, okay, cool. But the woman who came gave 2 pence. That's all she had. She gave more than Elon Musk because she gave everything. She gave it freely too. No constraint. She didn't say 10% of 2 pennies. What is that? 0.02 cents. So I'm going to cut this penny in half. No, she gave everything. And so this is what you give freely according to how Abba Yahweh has blessed you. And you can do that on the City of Adam as well. Check cityofadam.com/freewill offering. And this goes directly to support the things, the needs of the priesthood, whether it be the electricity that we are running right now, the internet that we're streaming live on to you. If you appreciate these things, definitely support the House of Wisdom. And for those who aren't necessarily members, who aren't necessarily keen on going to the City of Adam, we have a new feature as well. It's called the Super Chat. So right here on YouTube, you can donate, you can send that, and it helps contribute to building this up so that we can continue to give live classes, we can continue to teach, and we can grow and do some more things. We have a lot of things that we want to do in this 20th anniversary. Some things we're not going to talk about right here on the live class, but we got a lot of things coming down the pipeline that we're praying that Abba Yahweh blesses and affords us to do. So if you want to be attributed, you want some virtue, some spiritual rewards for the things that the priesthood are embarking on, go ahead and support and aid and help. Join the Super Chat or give your free will offerings on the city of Adam. But without further ado, let's get back to the main class about the sins of Sodom. Before we do that, let's go to, as we continue on, actually, let's go to 1 Timothy 6 and 3. And we're going to get into it. We're going to go now, if you would, AP Candidate Cameron, go to Jasher 19, and we're going to pick up in the 8th verse. So let's go to 1 Timothy 6 and 3.
If any man teach otherwise, and consent not to wholesome words, even the words of the Messiah the Prince, Yahweh, into the doctrine which is according to the godliness, he is proud, knowing nothing.
So if you teach otherwise to the doctrine that the Messiah gave the apostles, that he taught, that we are now teaching you, you are proud. You have the sins of Sodom upon you. You're boastful. Now, some people teach that the Messiah did away with sacrifices. Where is that in Scripture? It is not. He did away with Moses' sacrifices, but he still gave us peace. Not like the world gives you peace. Peace in the Middle East, peace in Iran, peace in Israel. No, he gave us peace offerings.
Right.
And so if you contrary to that, you are what? Read that again.
He is proud, knowing nothing.
You're proud. You are a sodomite, knowing nothing. Read on.
But doting about questions and strifes of words.
There's some people who read the scriptures and they just want to debate you. You ever talk to somebody who you could prove your point all day? We talking about that too. You can prove your point all day. You could smash their point, and then they're still like, oh.
What about it?
Yeah, anyway, back to this. What? I just proved your doctrine. You have a major hole in your raft, and you still like, well, let's take it out to sea. Brother, there is a hole in your canoe. Nah, I'm taking it out to the ocean. It's going to float. No, you're going to sink. Right. I'm going to take a leap of faith. God going to see me through this. No, he's not. He sent the priesthood. He sent his saints to go and tell you you got a hole in your raft. You got a hole in your canoe. Now, if you still want to go, that's on you. The blood is not on my hands at that point. Doting about questions and strife the word, just having strife for no reason. They're loving arguing. Read on.
Whereof cometh envy, strife, railings, evil sermonings.
Evil surmisings. They're just thinking on evil. They're just always contentious with you. And sin enters into them and makes them strife, railing against you. Have evil surmisings, just evil thoughts, evil ideas about things in scriptures. Because sin, that spirit of Sodom, is upon them. Read on.
Perverse disputings of men of corrupt minds and destitute of the truth, supposing that gain is godliness.
Paul is telling us the mindset of a sodomite. Perverse men with corrupt minds, destitute of truth, having no understanding in them, contemplating on things, on doctrines that have nothing to do with anything of substance. I think people should be free to be whatever they want to be. You a man, you think you're a woman, I think you're free to do that. I think there's 87 billion genders. I don't think there's only two. There's 87 majillion. It's on a spectrum. You have a corrupt mind just thinking on crazy stuff. And when you have that mindset, you suppose that gain is godliness. You look at the inheritance of substance as if God himself is blessing you. And we see that today. And it doesn't have to just be crazy stuff like what we were just talking about. We see this even in Christianity. Christianity is full of sodomites. And I'm not talking about men doing weird stuff. I'm talking about people who have evil surmisings, who have envy and strife about things, debating things that they know nothing of, not having the doctrine of the Messiah the Prince. We did a class on that in the series, Damnable Heresies. We showed the Baptist. They just surmised their own thing. So much so, they made an acronym, Baptist, about all their theology. They said, there's only two ordinations. Bishop and deacon, that's it. So you're just neglecting the whole book of the Bible? I mean, everything except maybe 2 or 3 passages from Paul talking about bishop and deacon. That's it. But what about all the time it said the Messiah was a high priest? Where Peter said we are to be royal priesthoods. You're just neglecting that? Where do you see bishop and deacon in royal priesthood? That is a whole nother title that is not related to the priesthood. That is for those who graft themselves in for the nations. They have evil surmisings. And then in that, you begin to see those who think gain is godliness. This is called prosperity preaching. Those who say, look at me. I got an $85 million jet. God is blessing me. And there's people who believe that, who say, you're right. If he wasn't a man of God, he wouldn't have millions of dollars. Who was that pastor who was bragging about, yeah, I paid cash in my house. And I'm going to make you real mad. I got 2 of them. What? 2 multi-million-dollar cash houses. I forgot who that was. Yeah. But they're talking about gain as godliness. They're equating gain, monetary goodness, with godliness. Once again, we're going to get insight, a glimpse into a sodomite's mind. That gain, increase of riches, is godliness. Who was that? Who was that one pastor who was reading the scriptures, the Psalms, with his wife, and he was like, "See, it says don't be confounded when a man is made rich. See, this is what I'm saying. I'm rich." Dufresne or whatever, one of them. You see the clips are all over social media, and then she reads on because his end is destruction. Oh, well, hold on. I'm not talking about that part. Showing you that they really think that gain, increase of riches, is godliness, is the same thing. And I can tell you this is what the Sodomites thought. Abraham circumcised my flesh. God is with me. Look how much money I got. Every gold coin is a sign of God's blessing. I got 85 million of them. I'm 85 million times blessed by God. Showing you the foolishness of them. What did Paul say to do with these people? Read on.
From such withdraw thyself.
From these people withdraw thyself. Take yourself away from these sodomites. He didn't say anything about LGBTQ, AI plus XYZ. He said from people who think gain is godliness. From people who do nothing but dote around questioning things of life with no understanding. Withdraw yourself from these people. Read on.
Verse 6. But godliness with contentment is great gain.
Here is true godly gain. If you are righteous, be content with the station that I'll put you in. That is true godliness. And how come prosperity preachers not teaching this? It's always sow a seed. This your season. This your year. You're going to elevate. It's never, look, I know times are tough. I know times are hard, but is the Most High keeping you fed? Is the Most High making sure you have a roof over your head? Then be content and wait on spiritual gifts. How come they're not teaching that? They're not teaching that in a sermon. They're always teaching, you want to get like me? Look at my Louis shoes. Look at my Gucci tie. That's what they're teaching. You want to get like me? Sow a seed and God's going to bless you with prosperity. That has nothing to do with the scriptures. Matter of fact, the scriptures say withdraw yourself from these sodomites. Read on.
For we brought nothing into this world, and it is certain we can carry nothing out.
We came in this world naked and crying. We're going to go out the same way. Don't be so caught up in gaining in this physical world like the Sodomites were. We talked about these Epsteinites. All these people gathering with Jeffrey Epstein. It was never about, or these people always have a similar mindset. Gain as much as possible. We talked about last week Elon Musk, one of the people begging to be with Epstein. Begging. Emailing him daily, like, can I get on that island? And look at him. They say he's on pace to be a trillionaire. He didn't look back and say, you know what? 200 billion is enough. I'll stop there. 200 billion, what's the point? I can't spend that. He never said that. I'm content where I'm at. It's always a competition between these people, between Bezos, Zuckerberg, Musk, and then people that you don't even know who not even on the Forbes wealthiest list. It's always a competition. I need to up you. I need to go above you. I need to get more than you. They said, don't do that. You came in this world with nothing. You're going to go out with nothing. Elon Musk is not going to pass away and then be like at the gates when it's decided which way you're going to go. Are you going to Duty or are you going to that second division? He's not going to be like, well, I got 800 billion. Get me up into that second division with Moses, with Abraham, with Isaac, with Jacob, with David. You can be like, no. Yeah, right. Get your own oil. It's too late. 800 billion ain't doing nothing for you at that point. You can't bring anything in there. Love the spiritual things more than the physical things. This is the problem of Sodom. They love the physical things, the physical riches, rather than the spiritual riches. Let's read on.
In having food and raiment, let us be therewith content.
Bring this out in the churches. You got food, you got clothes on your back, you got a place to wash those clothes, to clean yourself up. You're not starving. Be content. Now, that doesn't mean be complacent. That doesn't mean love the low levels of life. But that means don't love gain. Don't equate gain with righteousness. Don't look at, I got money, I got riches, God's blessing me. Don't look at the wealthy and think that God is blessing them. The Most High might be blessing you, even though you are in a low position. Do you have spiritual wealth? Do you have virtue? Do you have understanding of deep mysteries of Abba Yahweh? If so, then you have riches. Read on.
But they that will be rich fall into temptation.
This is the sin of Sodom. They were rich, wealthy, had an abundance, and in that, great temptations came upon them. They had time to sit back, to chill, to relax. I don't have to worry about going in the field today because I have an abundance, and I have servants to do it. I don't have to worry about going to war. Abraham already took care of my enemies. What am I going to do today? I'm not about to get into oblations. Forget that, Abraham. Forget that. So what am I going to do? What am I going to get into today? And Satan starts to tempt you. Do you want to go to the island today? do you want to take a boat trip? There's a few young girls over there, and they say, oh, that sounds pretty good. Those who are rich fall into great and many temptations. And what else?
In a snare.
And a snare, a trap. How does a snare work? You tempt an animal with bait. You don't just, an animal doesn't just come into a snare. You say, I'm going to put some feed out. I'm going to put some corn out for the deer. And Hasatan is like the hunter. You don't get got the first time that you go and nibble on that corn. You go and you're skeptical. You're looking around like, just some corn in the middle of the woods. Ain't no corn stalks. It's just some corn in the middle of the woods. Let me look around. Oh, I heard something. Oh, we good? Let me nibble on some corn. I got enough for today. I'm about to go back. I'm going to come back in 2 days. I'm not coming back tomorrow. I'm be smart. I'm going to come back in 3 days. You come back in the third day. Oh, still here. You start nibbling on it. This is good. No harm is coming to me. Then you go back and you tell your friends. Then you got 5 deer there next week. And then you have a whole colony of deer feeding on that corn. Until that day you hear that crack, and the deers drop. That's how Hasatan works. It's a snare. It's a trap. It's not for your goodness. It's not for your benefit. Even though it may taste good, the day that you see they drop, that wasn't the day that Satan made plans against them. It had already been in motion. Those who are rich fall into a snare and a trap and temptation, just like we've seen the sins of Sodom cause them to do. Let's read on.
And into many foolish and hurtful lusts, which drawn men in destruction and perdition. For the love of money is the root of all evil.
This is a highly misquoted phrase. We always say that money is the root of all evil. It's not money, because Abraham had a lot of money. David had a lot of money. It wasn't that they were evil. It's when you begin to love that money that evil starts to grow from that root. And this is what the Sodomites did. They loved their money. We talked about that in the podcast last week, the 9th hour. Let's go and bring up the link, too, for the 9th hour. That those people who loved money so much, imagine you take that money from them. What happens? They don't know what to do with themselves. They would rather not be on this earth than have no money. A saint of Abba knows how to abound and to be abased. Like David. When David lost the kingdom temporarily, he wasn't like, I'm ready to just off myself. He knew why. He knew Abba would deliver him. But you take that away from Bezos, from Zuckerberg, from any one of these people, from Epstein, I'm about to tie a noose up in my prison cell. What did he say on his note? His supposed note. He said, I'm locked up. It's no fun. That's literally what he said. This is no fun.
That's foolish.
Right. Right. He loved his man. No, right. There's no young people in here. It's all old people and murderers, and this is no fun. I have no money to spend on island trips. And so that love of money is the root of all evil. Without that money, they had nothing to do. Now, a righteous man, if they're locked up, if they're put in prison like Peter, they're like, I know, I'm not stuck here. I can take my spiritual body and go up into the heavens and fly like a bird and be free. Yeah, my physical body is stuck here, but they can't imprison that spirit, that soul. This is how righteous men operate. But physical men, somebody can take that money from you. Somebody can steal that and your life is over. There's like dudes. There's some dudes' personality is all money. I've seen that one of the dudes like pop the blue. I don't watch those joints, but I see the clips come up. Dude is like just talking about himself, and he's like, yeah. I work I got my own companies. I make $1 million plus a year. H.O.W, you ever seen $200,000 in cash? Look at my gold chain. I like to go on trips. That was his whole personality. Nothing about, I'm a man who likes to, I like to go out. I like to actually read. I'm reading a book called whatever.
No substance.
Nothing. No substance. You ever been on a yacht? I'm going to take you on a yacht. Don't pop the balloon. I'm about to take you on a yacht. Oh, you popped the balloon? You missed your yacht trip. I'm moving on. You ever been on a private jet? It's just money, goods, physical things. The love of money is the root of all evil. It's the love of that money. And this is what the Sodomites did. They loved their money. Let's read on.
Continuing verse 10. Which while some covet after, they have erred from the faith and pierced themselves through with many sorrows.
Piercing themselves through with many sorrows. You see that their last end is destruction and sorrow because they love that money. Now let's go to Jasher, the book of Jasher, chapter 19, verse 8, because it's going to give us more insight on these Sodomites that we don't really get from the KJV. How do some people say, I only stick to the 66 books of the Bible plus the Apocrypha? When in the Apocrypha, it tells you that Ezra wrote 230-something books. And yet you only subscribe to the Apocrypha. Why? Because now you don't have to do any legwork. You get to be a Sodomite. Sit back, kick your feet up, and just read. And now it's so much so, I'm seeing Israelites Google doctrines. And Google is giving you an AI overview. They say, what's baptism? Baptism is when you are a baby and you're christened and you're fully dunked in some water. See, this is what baptism is, brothers. We're going to teach on baptism. Hold on, let me get AI real quick. We're about to teach on Sodom. Let me get AI real quick. Sodom is when you do some weird stuff with another man. That's sodomy, brothers. Let's end it. Do your own research. Do the spirit of wisdom to really see what it is. We showed last week that in the book of Jasher, it told you that the Sodomites, with all their abundance and riches, they said they had a festival 4 days out of the year, at 4 different points of the year. And what were they doing? They said, we're going to go down to the water. We're going to go down, and I say, they said it was a lake or some water surrounded by greenery. I say, they translate from the Hebrew. They got some bad translations. I say it's the other way around, that it was land surrounded by water, an island. And what were they doing on that island? Where your wife at, brother? Matter of fact, you got daughters too, right? How old are they? 12? 11? Bring them here. We're about to have some fun. Call me Epstein Sr. I'm the original Epstein. This is what the Sodomites were doing. And so we're going to read in the book of Jasher. Once again, that's not found in the KJV. But we see it here in the book of Jasher. We're going to pick that up in Jasher 19 and see some of the other things that the Sodomites were doing. Jasher chapter 19, verse 8.
And when a poor man came to their land, they would give him silver and gold.
Ah, they were altruistic. A poor man came. They say, here's some silver, here's some gold. But were they altruistic?
And cause a proclamation in the whole city not to give him a morsel of bread to eat.
They gave him silver and gold. They made this man a king, quote unquote. They gave him an abundance of riches. And they said, we're playing a sadistic prank on you. They went to all the stores and all said, don't sell this man any bread. So he goes like, I got 50 ounces of gold. Can you please give me some bread? Nope, store's closed. It's noon. They close the doors on him, shutters closed. Don't give him any bread to eat. Even though, remember, they had an abundance of it. More than the population could eat. But they wanted to play this game. Because when they had this abundance, they start having evil surmisings. You know, I see what happens when a man eats all day. He gets fat. I've never seen what happens when a man doesn't eat. Let's see what happens when a man doesn't eat. Read on.
And if the stranger should remain there some days and die from hunger.
So they would not sell him any bread until he died of starvation. They would let this man starve in one of the richest and wealthiest cities at the time. Just letting people starve still. Read on.
Continuing verse 8. And not having been able to obtain a morsel of bread, and then at his death, all the people of the city would come and take their silver and gold, which they had given to him.
They're just leaving his dead body in the streets and going up and say, that was mine. See, that's the silver eagle. That one's mine. Somebody said, I had the gold bloom. That's mine right there. Let me put that back in my pocket. They're not burying him. They're not giving him a proper burial. They're just saying, let me take from him. Let me take from his dead body. Read on.
And those that could recognize the silver or gold which they had given him took it back.
So some might have markings on their gold or silver. They had showing you they've done this several times. They said, I stamped my initials in this piece of gold. So you know this is mine. I'm Sodomite Junior. This is mine. See SJ on it? That's mine. And they took that. But what else happened?
And at his death, they also stripped him of his garments.
They took his garments too. They took his clothes off him. All the goods, everything that was his, they took off of him. Read on.
And they would fight about them.
And some were fighting. Some who weren't as experienced, and they said they just gave him whatever, and they couldn't tell. Is that my silver? Is that my gold? Matter of fact, I want his socks too. So much so they started fighting over it. They started beating each other down for some silver and some socks. Read on.
And he that prevailed over his neighbor took them.
So the one who won took everything. They took everything. If you had the might, if you had the strength, you just took everything. Or if you had the cunning, you would take everything. Read on.
They would after that carry him and bury him under some of the shrubs in the desert.
No real burial. They just took him and said, toss him in the desert and let's move on. Read on.
So they did all the days to anyone that came to them and died in their land.
They did this to anyone that was poor in their land and died this way. If you were rich, you could afford a nice, proper burial. You can get you a monument, a headstone, all that. If you had no money, you got this group grave just over there in the bushes somewhere, some random place in the desert. And so this is very, very much like society today, especially America. Especially America. And not just America, their masters, the small hats, the penguins in the desert. One thing you see is it's like a death tax. You got to pay for everything that happens when you die. I mean, death is expensive. It's expensive to be born, it's expensive to die. You can't even afford to die. You got to keep your heart beating because you can't afford it. You can't even afford to die in this world. How much is a funeral these days? The average cost of a funeral, last time I checked, which like a year ago, was $7,000. For the average funeral, yeah, it probably went up from there. It's $7,000 just to die. And just to get a proper burial. And if you don't get that, what do they do? Oh, they let you sit in the morgue. Or maybe we can do a mass burial for you. What were they doing in Israel with the Palestinians? Lighting them up and just getting a little shallow grave with some bulldozers and tossing their bodies in there. Yeah, taking their stuff. I just saw a video, I think yesterday, last night. Some Israeli settler supposedly was beating a dog because it was a Palestinian's dog. I mean, ruthlessly beating a chained up dog. And that's how they treat the people too. That's how they treat them, and they just toss them away. They have no care for the poor, for the impoverished. And they impoverished Palestine. They put it in a blockade. And yet they go and indiscriminately are bombing and destroying them. Same thing with Trump. He's doing the same exact thing. That they are looking at you. We just talked about it in the 9th hour. Let's bring that link up again. We talked about that yesterday when we live streamed the 9th hour. Go make sure you subscribe to the 9th hour podcast. We're hoping to get to 1,000 subscribers over there on that channel. And we're currently, increasing, moving up on the subscribers here on the House of Wisdom. So we pray you continue to like, share, and subscribe the House of Wisdom channel. Turn on notifications, but also do that for the 9th hour. Because we showed that this sodomite spirit is on Donald Trump. Not was, it is. Hopefully you watched when we talked about that interview. The Associated Press asked him, when you negotiate with the Iranians, how much is America's finances on your mind? It's not, said Trump. I don't think about it one bit. The most important thing is that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. Who cares if Iran has a nuclear weapon? Most Americans don't. I just saw a clip too where some regular American was just being a parrot of Donald Trump. Oh yeah, he did everything he said he was going to do. That's why I like Trump. That's why I'm dressed up in the American flag. See, he's the only one who's standing up to Iran, not letting them have a nuclear weapon. And he's like, I like Trump because he does everything he says. Well, he said, well, didn't he campaign on lowering prices? Didn't he say he was going to stop the war in Ukraine on day one? And the guy said, so? He didn't start that war. Well, that was his promise, wasn't it? But nah, see, he's standing up to Iran. He said no new wars. So? Then the guy said, well, he said he was going to lower prices, right? He said he's going to lower all the prices. Yeah. Yeah, he did. Was he doing that? Look, Iran, it shot the prices up. So? Guy was delusional. Guy was a parrot of Trump. Trump doesn't care about you. Just like the Sodomites. They did not strengthen the poor. Matter of fact, they would abuse and destroy the poor and use the poor just for their own pleasure. Just to see a man starve to death. We're going to talk about that as we read on. Let's jump down to verse 26 of Jasher. And we're going to see how they operated with the poor, with the homeless, with the impoverished. Look at society today. Homelessness is an epidemic, they call it. It is an epidemic. You can go down to Atlanta. We can go downtown Atlanta, and it's not going to be hard before you find a homeless person. I got about 3 spots right now in my head I can go to and find some homeless people. I can guarantee you there's going to be homeless people there. And Atlanta's one of the milder cities. Go to, Louisiana. Oh, Louisiana's bad. Mm-hmm. Man, it's so bad. I'm seeing homeless people. They used to be concentrated in the major cities. They're going out to the suburbs. They got homeless people in the suburbs of Atlanta. I'm seeing them all over the place. Then you go to L.A., you go to New York, wherever. these are rich places. Extremely rich. Look at Hollywood. Look at the Hollywood Hills. They got multi-billion-dollar mansions. Billions of dollars worth of real estate in one area. But yeah, you can't even give a homeless man a little flat, a little apartment somewhere. You can't even do that. They don't care. They just care about what that dollar is doing for them. Let's look at how the Sodomites continue to treat these poor homeless people. Read on. Verse 26. Jasher chapter 19, verse 26.
And Peltith, the daughter of Lot, saw this man lying in the streets, starved with hunger.
So now they did this game again. Gave this man all his money and said, nobody's selling bread. Now, Lot had a daughter. He had several daughters, but here's one of them. Why don't you hear about her? Peltith? We're going to see why you don't hear about Peltith. She saw a man laying in the streets, starving to death. I mean, you could play the xylophone on his ribs. He was starving. And she had compassion on him. Let's read on.
And no one would give him anything to keep him alive, and he was just upon point of death. And her soul was filled with pity on account of the man, and she fed him secretly with bread for many days.
So remember, all throughout the city, there is a prohibition on feeding this man. And so Peltith said, I can't do this. I can't watch him starve right outside my bedroom window. I'm going out, I'm going to give him bread secretly. I'm going to do it under the cover of night. I'm going to give him some bread and some water. Let's read on.
And the soul of this man was revived. And when she went forth to fetch water, she would put the bread in the water pitcher. And when she came to the place where the poor man was, she took the bread from the pitcher and gave it to him to eat. So she did many days. And all the people of Sodom and Gomorrah wondered how this man could bear starvation for so many days.
You see the wicked game they're playing. They said, man, it's been 3 weeks. How this man living off of no water for 3 weeks? Yeah, no bread, no water. You still alive? What's going on? I'm going to give you another week. It's been a month. Dude's still alive. We need to investigate. Not investigate how they can help him. We need to investigate what's going on. Why is this man survive? Because I want to see another man die. This is the sodomite mindset. Why are you being sustained? Why are you not perishing to our little prank? Let's read on.
Verse 30. And they said to each other, this can only be that he eats and drinks. For no man can bear starvation for so many days, or live as this man has, without even his countenance changing. And 3 men concealed themselves in a place where the poor man was stationed, to know who it was that brought him bread to eat.
He said something going on. We need to find out who is feeding this homeless man. Read on.
And Peltith, the daughter of Lot, went forth that day to fetch water. And she put bread into her pitcher of water, and she went to draw water by the poor man's place. And she took out the bread from the pitcher and gave it to the poor man, and he ate it. And the 3 men saw that Peltith did to the poor man.
So Peltith, the daughter of Lot, has now gone and been caught. These men were there in the bushes, said, we're going to wait. We're going to execute a sting operation and see, yeah, I'm staking out. We about to throw out a sting. We're going to see who's doing this, and we about to execute some judgment, some law. Y'all ever seen those clips? FBI agents, or was it somebody else? FDA agents raiding a store because he's selling raw milk. You selling raw milk. That's against the FDA. You need to pasteurize your milk. We're going to come in guns drawn, guns blazing to do a sting operation because you're selling raw milk. What? What in the world? I thought this is the land of the free. You're not even free to drink what you want to drink. If you want to drink raw milk, just let them drink raw milk. Let them do it. But it goes against the milk industry. Dairy is big business. And now you're going against that.
Right.
Yeah. We like to give you the milk with pus in it. You drink that raw stuff, nah. That's good for your gut, nah. We can't have that. We need you to buy from the big name corporations. And when they see you're eating into their profits, they go and tell the government, here's $1 million. Go and handle what we need to handle. Go and do what we need to happen. We need to shut them down. This is lobbying. Lobbying is legal bribery. And this is, I'm going on a little tangent. Lobbying should be a crime punishable by death. That's something I think there should be a public execution for. I'm serious about that. I think in a righteous society, you had a man in a position of power to make rules over your life, and you had a rich man coming and perverting his judgment and making him make a move that has nothing to do with your benefit, but it enriches this one person. He will sell out millions of people to enrich one person. They need to take that man into the streets and say, live on CNN, the execution of Senator John Brown for lobbying. And that needs to be seen publicly so that nobody will go and say, let me take a bribe. Let me go take a bribe from Big Tobacco or Big Oil or whoever and let this be. That needs to be something that's publicly seen by everybody so that they know that I'm not going to do that again. No $1 million, no private flight to Maui is worth me getting executed on public TV. Let's read on. Let's go on back to Paltith, the daughter of Lot. These men did a stakeout, ready to do a sting to see, not on who was abusing this man, but who was helping the man. Let's read on.
Verse 32, and the 3 men saw that Paltith did to the poor man, and they said to her, it is thou then who has supported him, and therefore has he not starved, nor changed in appearance, nor died like the rest.
We wanted to see him die. You stopped him from dying. We got a problem with you. Read on.
And the 3 men went out of the place in which they were concealed, and they seized Paltith.
They did a strike on her. They did a sting operation on a little dainty girl. Read on.
And the bread which was in the poor man's hand. And
Not only that, I had to take the bread too. You ain't eating this today. We getting back on track. Read on.
Verse 34. And they took Paltith and brought her before the judges, their judges. And they said to them, thus did she do, and it is she who supplied the poor man with bread. Therefore did he not die all this time. Now therefore declare to us the punishment due to this woman for having transgressed our law.
Punishment for transgressing the law of feeding a homeless man is a transgression against their law. They had a law, a decree. And they said, what's the punishment? We need to punish her for feeding a homeless man. This is how Sodom was doing. Let's read on. What was the punishment?
Verse 35. And the people of Sodom and Gomorrah assembled and kindled a fire in the street of the city. And they took the woman and cast her into the fire, and she was burned to ashes.
This is why you don't hear about Paltith, the daughter of Lot. Because the Sodomites literally put her to death. They did a public execution for her for feeding a homeless man. That's why I say we need public executions for those who take bribes. I'm even going to call it lobbying. Who take bribes. Put them on the chopping block. Let's bring back the guillotine. Let's bring back burning people at the stake. Because this is what the Sodomites were doing to Paltith just for feeding a homeless man. Took her and burnt her in the streets in front of everybody so that nobody would go and say, I'm going to feed a homeless man again. Let's read on. Verse 36.
And in the city of Admah, there was a woman to whom they did the like.
So once again, Sodom wasn't alone. This is a whole consortium, a group of people. This was Sodom, and there was another city, Admah. They were just as wicked. But Sodom was the chieftains. It's like society today. America is the forerunner of a lot of these things that are going on, but it's not America alone. They learned a lot from their forefathers, the British. And the British are just like the French, who are just like the Germans, who are just like their forefathers, the Greeks and the Romans. And all of them are subjugated to Israel as well. Let's read on.
Verse 37. For a traveler came into the city of Admah to abide there all night with the intention of going home in the morning. And he sat opposite the door of the house of the young woman's father to remain there at the sun, and had to set when he had reached the place. And the young woman saw him sitting by the door of the house.
All right, so for time's sake, we're going to skip over that because this is the same account that happened to Paltith. The woman saw the man starving, and so she went out and fed him. Matter of fact, actually go to verse 42.
And the people of those cities assembled and brought out the young woman, anointed her with honey from head to foot, as the judge had decreed. And
so they said, we're going to place her at judgment for feeding this homeless man. What was the judgment on that?
And they placed her before a swarm of bees, which they then in their hives. And the bees flew upon her and stung her, that her whole body was swelled.
They said, I got some inside information on this woman. She's allergic to bees. This shows you the type of mindset that comes upon people that just have idle time. You just think of weird punishments. See, I'm having a hard time thinking of punishments for people who get bribed in government. Just think of random ways to kill you. Let's cover her in honey, put her naked in the middle of the street. Let's shake the beehive and have that joint fly out and sting her. She's allergic, ain't she? What happens when somebody's allergic, gets stung by millions of bees, and we don't give her any treatment? Read on.
And the young woman cried out on account of the bees, but no one took notice of her or pitied her. Her cries ascended to heaven.
Her cries ascended to heaven. She screamed loud and in great horror and pain by the punishment of these sodomites. And for what? For feeding a homeless man. They destroyed her. They went and afflicted Lot even, one of the ministers of Abraham, afflicted his household for feeding a homeless man. This is the sin of Sodom. This is how sin was operating on the Sodomites. Let's read on. Was the Most High just oblivious to this? Read on.
And Abba Yahweh was provoked at this and all the works of the cities of Sodom.
This is what provoked Abba Yahweh. How they mistreated the poor and destroyed even the righteous saints of Abba Yahweh, Lot and his household. How they are like what we read in Revelations. They went and tried to kill the prophets of Abba Yahweh, the church on earth. They went and persecuted it. People trying to do good, righteous things, caring for the poor, loving their brother and their neighbor. They went and punished you for that. And Abba Yahweh was provoked. It wasn't because man was with man. I'm not saying that's a good thing. That's okay. That does not have the seal of approval. I'm saying that was a repercussion of the true sin, the true wickedness that was on them. Let's read on.
Continue in verse 44. For they had abundance of food and had tranquility amongst them.
This is exactly what we read in Ezekiel. The abundance of everything they could have, they could want and desire, and tranquility, and then what else?
And still would not sustain the poor and the needy.
And still would not sustain them. Still would not help them. Still would not aid them. They would be like Donald Trump saying, I don't think about Americans and their finances. You about to get evicted because the cost of everything went up. You were barely making it 3 months ago. And now I just toppled it over the edge. You about to get evicted. You about to lose your car. You about to get car repoed. You about to lose your family. I don't think about that. I just don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. AKA, Milakoski called me and said, don't let Iran get a nuclear weapon. So that's all I think about, says Trump. Let's read on.
And in those days, their evil doings and sins came great before the Most High.
So this is why Abba Yahweh was angry with Sodom. Not just Sodom, but with Gomorrah, with Admah, with Zeboim, these other cities. Just like today, it's not just one country. It's not just one place. It's the entire society. that is trying to govern and conquer the world. AP aside, let's go to this article. Why are we reading through this? Why are we going through this? Because this exact same mindset is here. Yeah, exactly, here today. That spirit of Sodom is on these people today. We're going to go to this article from a website called The Tenant, thetenant.org. What's the headline of that article?
You can't share food in 15 U.S. cities.
There's 15 cities already that have legalized sharing food. I'm not talking about, your family, sharing food with your family. What are they talking about? Let's read on.
More than 15 U.S. cities, including Seattle and Houston.
Seattle and Houston. In the South. Sometimes you understand these liberal cities like Seattle, but hey, you in the South too. It's here in Atlanta also. Read on.
Have passed laws restricting feeding homeless people.
That's
in
what they're
public.
talking about sharing food with. You can't share food with a homeless person. This is illegalized. Exactly. This is the exact same spirit of Sodom. What they say to Paltith, she transgressed our law. Bring her to judgment. Read that again, that first paragraph.
More than 15 U.S. cities, including Seattle and Houston, have passed laws restricting feeding homeless people in public in the last 2 years. According to a report released October 20th by the National Coalition for the Homeless.
In the last 2 years. When was this article published? November 2014. So it's just gotten worse since then. So since 2012, this article is mentioning or referencing, they passed some cities, 15 cities so far in 2014 have passed laws restricting the feeding of homeless people. Let's read on.
Most commonly, these measures require written consent.
They require written consent. The homeless man needs to sign a piece of paper. I consent to get this food. What else do you need?
Permits.
The government needs to give you permission to share your food, to distribute food with the homeless. What else?
Or fees for any public food distribution.
And a lot of times there's a fee for you to get a permit to feed a homeless man. So you go into one of these 15 cities and you see a homeless man. Let's just say you walked out of a store. Let's just say you walked out of a restaurant. And a homeless man comes up and says, hey, man, I'm real hungry. I ain't eaten in 3 days. Can you help me out? And you're like, you know what? I'm not that hungry. I just went here just because. Take my sandwich, brother. You can literally hear, whoop, whoop. Put your hands behind your back, sir. You just fed a homeless man.
It's crazy.
We take him to jail. What is the point of this? Read on.
In Houston, groups that don't get a permit face fines of up to $2,000.
$2,000. That's like getting bees stung all over you. Who got $2,000 to spare? You might have just been like, you know what? I spent my last on a burger, but I got food at home. Here you go. Now you got to cough up $2,000 for feeding a homeless man. Read on.
In Raleigh, North Carolina, anyone serving...
North Carolina. And Raleigh ain't a big city. In Raleigh, it's illegalized. Or it's restricted, I should say. Let's read on.
Anyone serving meals in a city park needs to get a one-day permit that costs $800.
$800 just to feed people who don't have $8. You got to spend $800 just to do that. This shows you the same spirit that was on Sodom is on these people today. Look at the wickedness of their leaders, of their councilmen. This should be something that you are in uproar about. That you were like, why would anybody spend the time to pass this? Once again, you had just so much time on your hands that instead of saying, let's find a way to fix the problem, fix the homeless problem, let's illegalize it. So the whole point is don't make homeless problems worse. See, if you feed them, is their logic. If you feed them, they're going to keep coming. And the park is going to go, they're going to start, urinating on the sidewalk. They're going to start spray painting here. They're going to start doing this. So if you feed them, they're just going to keep coming back. Really? How can we get rid of homelessness in general? How can we just get rid of it? How can we make sure these people who are on the streets get out the streets and then don't return? How can we do that? Y'all say, let's legalize feeding the homeless because it's going to help curb homelessness. Read on. Let's finish that article up.
When Americans volunteer to help the homeless, they don't expect to be fined or arrested for sharing food.
You can get arrested. Arrested for sharing food. Let's read on.
Says Michael Stoops, the coalition director of community organizing. Such laws have a chilling effect on volunteers and will lead to more hunger among homeless people, he adds. Fort Lauderdale, Florida passes
Fort Lauderdale is another one. You think, okay, New York, L.A., Seattle, some of these places. It's down south, too. Fort Lauderdale saying you cannot feed the homeless. Let's read on.
Fort Lauderdale, Florida passes a similar measure October 22nd after an all-night meeting by the city commissioners.
They stayed up all night, racking their mind, filled with coffee, talking about we need to stop them from feeding the homeless. An all-night meeting? This is what you decided? Let's read on.
It prohibits outdoor food distribution within 500 feet of residential property or another food program and requires the group handling the food out to provide portable toilets.
So they didn't outright illegalize it because that would look too crazy. They said if you feeding the homeless, you must provide portable toilets. They made that hurdle so that you don't cross it. It's not because the homeless people, they need toilets. You're going to feed them. It's got to come out. We need to look after them. That's not why. They just made a hurdle so that you don't cross it, but that they still look good.
And they could benefit financially.
Right. Because my cousin owns the porta potty business. And now you got to hire him and to bring out some toilets, and then you got to pay him a fee. This is what they do. Who is going feeding out homeless people saying, oh, first I need to make sure I got some portable toilets before I feed them? You're not doing that. Just because I feed them don't mean if I don't feed them, they're not going to stop.
The city not doing it.
Yeah, right. The city ain't doing that either. They're going to go somewhere. This is not about providing for them. This is about giving you a stumbling block to stop you from doing it. Like Palatith, like the woman in the city of Admah. Let's read on.
Feeding people on the streets is sanctioning homelessness. A city lobbyist told the commissioners.
A lobbyist. Who is the lobbyist? Like you said, I own Big Blue. It's my porta potty company. I'm going to pay you, city commissioner, $100,000 to make sure that it's illegal to feed the homeless unless they have Big Blue porta potties, and it can't be Big Red. It's got to be Big Blue. And they need 5 of them. Not 1, not 2, not 3. They need 5 of them. And so he's making money hand and fist. A lobbyist told them if we just let them feed, it's gonna sanction homelessness. This is the abuse of power, the love of money that caused them to do all manners of abominations. Let's read on. Let's finish that up. Then we're going to go back to Jasher. We're actually going to go to Jasher 18, and we're going to pick up in the 16th verse. AP Cameron.
This is even crazier right here. Whatever discourages feeding people on the street is a positive thing. The National Coalition report called the sentiment one of the most narrow-minded ideas when it comes to homelessness and food sharing.
Absolutely. And this is the same spirit that was on Sodom. We want to see them suffer. Why? Because you were poor. Why didn't you keep a house? You homeless? Just get a house. Why are you on the streets? You on drugs? Just get off. This is the narrow-minded idea of these people. That if we tell them to pull themselves up by the bootstraps, they're going to get it. But if you give them food, they're not pulling themselves up by their bootstraps. Now, I need to go to my father and get $1 million loan for my business. This is how they think. They are out of touch with the people at the bottom. These people are at the top, proud, high-minded, mighty, thinking they're royalty, when really they're just like everybody else. This shows you that the spirit of Sodom is upon these people. It is upon these people in America. Now, I know we're in America today. We're focusing on America, but this is not unique to just America. This is something that is pervasive amongst all the societies of the world. And we're going to see that as we continue on. Let's go now to Jasher chapter 18 and verse 16. And we're going to see how else they treated these homeless people, these impoverished people.
Also, when a stranger came into their city and brought goods which he had purchased with a view to dispose of there.
So they would come and say, I have some stuff. And this is not a poor man. This is just a stranger. This is maybe what they would call middle class, quote unquote. I'm not a wealthy man, but I'm a traveler, and I got some stuff for sale. I got some goods I want to put up to sale. This is a rich city, so I should, come out with a decent profit. What were they doing?
The people of these cities would assemble, men, women, and children, young and old.
They would assemble everybody, young and old, children as well, and do what?
And go to the man and take his goods by force.
Take his goods by force. They go and say, oh, you got a loaf of bread? I know I got 50,000 in the back, but let me get that. Come up off that. Let's read on.
Giving a little to each man until there was an end to all the goods of the owner.
They were given a little bit. Everybody said, let me take a little bit. You got a loaf of bread, I'm gonna take a little morsel. Let me get a morsel of that. Let me get a piece of that. Until all his goods are gone. Thousands of people just taking off this one man. Read on.
Finishing verse 16, which he had brought into their land. And if the owner of the goods quarreled with them, saying, what is this work which you have done to me? Then they would approach to him one by one, and each would show him the little which he took, and taunt him, saying, I only took that little which did thou givest me.
So when he was stripped of all his goods that he brought, they would say, what is this that you did to me? You stole everything. One guy would say, look, man, I only got a nickel. What you talking about? You gonna sue me? I only got a nickel. Then next, I only got a dime. You gonna sue me? I only got a dime. Then next person come, I only got a piece of bread. You gonna sue me? Everybody would taunt him like, I only took a little bit. Show you how wicked these people are. Let's read on.
And when he heard this from them all, he would arise and go from them in sorrow and bitterness of soul. And when they would all arise and go after him and drive him out of the city.
So, yeah, they just stripped him of everything. And when he saw he couldn't get any judgment, he just had to flee. He had to leave the city in sorrow, bitterness, crying, and weeping because everything he had, he was staking everything on that, on selling those goods in the richest place at the time. And he had to leave saying, I've lost everything. And that's exactly how it is today. That's exactly how it is today. People are nickeling and diming you for everything. Look at Netflix. Subscriptions everywhere. Now, look at how they scheme too, right? People were getting abused by cable companies. You paying, $150, $200 a month for channels you didn't even like, you didn't even want to watch. And as internet started becoming stronger, more reliable, people were like, I'm paying $5.99 for Netflix. And it's got every show I want on it. Let me just get Netflix. I'm just getting Netflix, and I'm going to cancel my cable. I went from $150 a month to $5.99 a month. And then they start getting out with, what else they got? Hulu, HBO, what's Paramount. And what do? They start making exclusive contracts saying, this show is only on Netflix. This show is only on Apple TV. And what does Netflix do? Start raising the prices. Oh, now it went from $5.99 to $7.99. Oh, it went from $7.99 to $10.99. Oh, you want two people? You used to share your account with your friend. We cut that off. Now he got to pay his $15.99. You want two accounts? It's going to be $18.99 a month. And that's just one subscription. And you think that's nothing. That sounds cheap. $18.99 a month, I can handle that. Until you look at, dang, well, I need to catch up on this. I need Hulu. Oh, now I need HBO. I got a subscription to my heated seats in my car. I need to get that too. Oh, you know what? I went to the restaurant and they said I need to tip. I went out for coffee, and the barista turned around and said, hey, can you tip right here? You got to answer a few questions for me. Oh, okay. 25% tip. Okay. And before you know it, all these micro purchases seem like nothing when you're at them, when you're doing them, but by the end of the month, you're like, I got $5 left. I only got $5. What happened to all my money? It went to all these subscriptions. It went to all these tips. It went to all these random fees. We were looking at some of the brothers got some apartments down here. All praise the brothers who were from out of state. They wanted to come closer to this wisdom. They wanted to come closer to the house of wisdom. They moved down here. Unfortunately, they moving into a sodomite city. They're like, we're going to charge you for trash removal. Oh, why can't I just take my trash to the dumpster myself? Nope. We have a valet service, and you must get this valet service. $25 a month. You're like, oh, that don't sound like nothing. Until you see the water, you paying for water and sewer. I thought ain't that the same thing? Nope. Your water bill is going to be this, and the sewer is going to be this. Now by the end of the month, and then the apartment as well, the price is going up. Why? Did they renovate the apartment and make it better? No.
It's just the market.
Yeah, it's just the market, prices going. You already paid for the apartment. You're paying the same cost. Well, the market, it's going up. So this apartment that used to be $800 is now $1,400.
It's crazy work.
By the end of the month, you coming out like, man, I got about $5 to my name. And I still got to buy groceries. So I'm going to get my credit card. And that's another fee. I got debt to pay on that I got interest to pay on that credit card. It's another scam going on too. It's not so much apartments, but it's people who rent their own homes. They got a scam going on. Imagine Cameron and Asa. They want to rent my house. I say, hey, apply. Go ahead and apply. Let's say Cam applied, and I said, I'm going to give it to Cam. Oh, Asa, you interested in my property? Go ahead and apply. All right, no, I'm giving it to Cam. But I'm going to charge you $150 for your application fee, and I'm going to get that off of his $150 as well. And now I guess you're rejected. Better luck somewhere else. I already knew who I was going to give it to. These people are scamming left and right, and now you paid 50 application fees to see if you're going. That was a call. You might as well have paid rent somewhere. So they are nickeling and diming you just like they were in the days of Sodom. Now, imagine you go, that's another thing, too. We talked about gyms earlier. Gyms do the same thing. You go, you sign up thinking you're going to work out. This is going to be my year. My New Year's resolution is to go and work out and lose about 20 pounds. And you go for about 2 weeks straight, and then the next week, I'm tired. I'll go tomorrow. Tomorrow comes, I'm busy. I'm going to start fresh next week. Next week comes, you don't go. By the time that month is over, you forgot about it. 3 months later, you're like, I need to cancel my membership.
Nope.
Yeah. You come, they give you the ring around. Nah, if you want to cancel, see, you from Mississippi. You came to Georgia. You got to go back to Mississippi, your home club, and that's where you got to cancel. And can I call them on the phone? No, you got to actually go there in person because they need to know it's you who's canceling. Nickeling and diming you on everything. And then that shows you the sodomite spirit on the government as well, because it was introduced a bill to stop that, and they canceled that bill in the government. The bill was supposed to say all these fees and all this stuff was supposed to get shut down. If it's easy to sign up, it should be just as easy to cancel, and the government said shut that bill down. Why? Because you probably had these people lobbying. Because they know they make money not off of just you using their service. They make money off of you buying a subscription and you forgetting about it. Yep. That is what they are so used to. And then what happens when you sue them? What happens when you're like, yo, what happened to all my money? LA Fitness been taking my money for 3 years straight. I need to take them to court. They're like, I only took $29.99 a month. Just like the sodomites. I only took a little piece. I only took a little bit. This is the same spirit that was on the children of Sodom in the day, that time. Let's look up another stat. For those online, we're going to pull up this graph. The average hourly earnings climbed to unprecedented highs. Not that one. Let's pull up the other one. And so, look at that. You see two lines on this graph. Those look online. You see it for those, in person in the house. Go and pull up your phone or whatever. You can see it online. Now, you see from 1964 to about I think it's the 2010s. So it's not 2010, but it's the 2010s, 2019 actually. The wages went from the average wages went from that looks like about $3. Okay, they brought it up on the screen for those here in person. Looked like about $3. And then in 2019, the average earnings, hourly earnings, $23.38. Okay, unprecedented highs. We doing good. But this society has a thing called inflation. Now, if you look at the blue line on the graph, that is the real earnings. Real means when you adjust it according to inflation. Now, back in 1964, that $3 you was making was just like you made $20. You was actually living pretty decent. So you would think if you making, if it's just a linear graph, if everything's in line, earnings and wages are together, or earnings and inflations are together, $23 should be like the equivalent of making $60, $70. It's the exact same in real dollars. The exact same. It was about $20 over there back in 1964. May 2019, it's like you making $23. Yeah, your buying power, what you can actually do with that money, has actually decreased off your hourly wages. Somebody back in the day may have I just saw something about Henry Ford. They were talking about Henry Ford was, progressive in terms of some of the ways that he treated his workers. Not because he was benevolent, but because he knew productive workers that were eager to work were, going to work better. And so they said they increased the wage to about like $5 a day. Now that sounds like nothing. If you were making $5 a day today, that is just not livable at all. $5 a day back in 1914 was like making $600 a day. If you're making $600 a day today, you good. You living, you not upper class, but you straight. You can live a comfortable life. You might work hard, but you don't have to worry about anything at home. Everything is taken care of. Who's making $600 a day today? You not. They still treating you like you need to make $150, $100 a day, $85 a day. You run for Uber or Lyft or anything like this, nickel and dime for real. Anybody who saw Uber when they first came out, when they first rolled out, they said people who were running Uber were making like $90,000 or $100,000 a year. $90,000 to $100,000 a year. Plus, depends on how much you were going to work hard, yeah. But you're making a livable wage. Now imagine you have somebody else in the household getting something else, you good. Man, if anybody drives for Uber and you listening to live class, we got the Zoom available. We got the Zoom line up at the end. We're going to do Q&A. Somebody tell us what it's like today. You are living under a sodomite tyrannical regime. Let's pull up the other graph. Now, this is the median income compared to the median home price, the median cost of a house. Does it look equitable? Does it look like they care about you? In 1970s, around the same time that we're talking about the other graph, in 1964, the price of a home was not that much more than what your wage was. It was about 3 or 4 times your wage. That's going to work. You're going to get a house and you're going to pay that thing off and you're not going to have to worry. Look at the discrepancy today. Look at that. The average cost of a house was about, about 50, maybe, actually less than 50, maybe about $30,000 a year back in 1970. The average cost of a house in the United States has skyrocketed beyond $400,000. And these houses are cheap. These houses are the ones you hear about with the big bad wolf. You're going to huff and puff and blow that joint down. It's just made of sticks. And yet your wage has not kept up. This is the spirit of a sodomite regime, of a sodomite country. And this is not unique to the United States. Canada is worse. It's just as bad in some of these other countries in Europe, where people cannot afford the cost to even live. You can't even have a house. And nobody is coming in saying, I'm going to make a change. What has Trump done about this? Absolutely nothing. He campaigned on the cost of everything was too high. Has the cost of anything gone down? Nope. If it has, barely. Barely. Gas is averaging $4 a gallon. I don't think I've ever seen it like that. Diesel, $5 a gallon. $5 a gallon. Now I heard somebody say, hey, you got to bear the cost of freedom. It's only $13 more. You got 13 gallons? It's $1 more from last month. It's only 13 extra dollars. Once again, nickeling and diming you. You can do it. You can cover it. Just don't drink a coffee that day. You can do it. But look at this, right? Let's pull up this article from the NY Times. Who was reading last? AP Cameron. Go ahead and read that. Just the headline from this article from the New York Times. What's the headline on that? Go ahead, AP Asa.
Shell reports nearly $7 billion profit amid unprecedented distribution.
Shell, the gas company, the oil company, reports $7 billion in profits. When? In a year? In 7 years? Read on.
The oil giant's earnings in the first 3 months of the year were more than double the previous quarter.
1 quarter. 1 quarter of the year, $7 billion in profit. And it was what? Double the previous quarter. Double. And this was published in May 7th, 2026. With the cost of fuel skyrocketing, don't think everybody's bearing the cost of freedom. We all in this together to make sure Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon. Nah, Shell is raking it in. Shell is raking in $7 billion in not gross, net profits from the previous, double what they made the previous quarter. Doubled their profits in 1 quarter. 3 months.
Math ain't math, man.
Right. And they treating you like, hey, it's just $13. You got 13 gallons in your tank, it's $1 more. Hey, you can afford it, you can do it. There's people barely scraping it by, and this company made $7 billion. And is that $7 billion getting redistributed to you? No, absolutely not. Don't even think about it.
It's lining them pockets.
Yeah, these are some sodomites. They ain't giving you nothing. They would actually want to see you starve. Now, let's read on, AP Asa. We did a search on Epstein, and this is the AI results, scanning multiple sources on was Epstein invested in oil? What does it say?
Newly released documents and investigations from 2025 and 2026 indicate that Jeffrey Epstein had various, if sometimes indirect, connections to the oil and energy sector.
This is who they get their counsel from. Should we raise prices or lower them? Let's go to Epstein. As we did in our podcast, the high priest of pleasure. Is it pleasurable to you, Mr. Epstein, to raise prices or lower them? No, bring them up. Let's read on.
Using his network to explore investments and in some cases trading in oil-related assets. Key findings from recent releases in 2025 and 2026 shows Venezuelan oil bonds. Epstein purchased at least 4.5 million in bonds issued by Venezuela's state-owned oil company.
So he invested in Venezuela. Why? Because they knew the United States about to take it over and we about to rake in some money. It also talks about he invested in some Nigerian oil companies, and he had other investments in oil, and he had an advisory role in Israel. Read that last point.
Advisory role in Israel. In 2013, Epstein formed Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak to have British politician Peter Mandelson help sell the past oil company, which had 30% of the Israeli fuel market.
All right. So we see now that Epstein was advising even the Israelis on what to do with their oil and how to invest it. If you would, AP Oscar, go to Joshua 18 and verse 18. If you would get ready to read some of those articles about this, AP Cameron. And so now we see that Epstein and the like, all the people that were with him, executing in this sodomite spirit, not just the freak-offs and the wild parties, but in manipulating the markets, gaining wealth and riches while you suffered under the tyrannical hand of these people who don't care about you. Look at Hunter Biden and Burisma. Burisma was a energy company in Ukraine, and he was using his connection with his father, Joe Biden, to get in there. Now imagine you. They said Hunter Biden had no experience, and he was making like $1 million. He was on the books making $1 million a year. You think you could do that? Go up to a company, be like, Shell, I can advise you in just some hoopla, and we can make some money. Give me $1 million a year. They can be like, man, you know Joe Biden? Who's your father? Who's your daddy? Joe Jenkins. Man, get out of my face. I'm looking for a Hunter Biden. I'm looking for Joe Biden. I'm looking for something that can benefit me. I need to get in league with the government so I can execute making more money. And so this is the spirit of Sodom. Not regulate business so that it works for the people and the business owners. It's let the businesses do whatever they want and squeeze you for every last drop. This is exactly what's going on today. And some of these countries, America, even Israel, are at the forefront of doing this. Look at how much money is being spent on frivolous things. You know how much one of those missiles costs that they drop on Iran? One of the Patriot missiles cost $1 million. One of the missiles from the Iron Dome air defense system cost $1 million. One. Not the whole system. One. Imagine what you could do right now with $1 million.
They were wasting them.
Right. And they just shooting them up. And when you send up a Patriot missile or an Iron Dome missile, it's not they send one missile, you send in one. They got to send like 5 missiles up to destroy one missile because some might miss. And they just doing that like willy-nilly. $1 million a pop. Some of us don't know what $1 million looks like, and they just literally blowing up $1 million. This is the mindset of these people. It's not a cause for them, but for us, it's everything. Let's go on. Let's see the spirit of Sodom, how this pride, this haughtiness, this lack of care for the poor showed up upon and was being executed by the people of Sodom. Joshua chapter 18, verse 18.
And there was a man from the country of Elam who was leisurely going on the road, seated upon his ass, which carried a fine mantle of divers colors. And the mantle was bound with a cord upon the ass. And the man was on his journey, passing through the streets of Sodom, when the sun set in the evening. And he remained there in order to abide during the night. But no one would let him into his house. And at the time there was in Sodom a wicked and mischievous man, one skillful to do evil. And his name was H.O.W.
So we see that in Sodom, there's skillful people. Not skillful to do righteousness, but people who are skillful in deception, mischief, wickedness, and scamming. Let's read on.
And he lifted up his eyes and saw the traveler in the street of the city. And he came to him and said, Whence comest thou, and whither doest thou go? And the man said to him, I am traveling from Hebron to Elam, where I belong. And as I passed, the sun set, and no one would suffer me to enter his house. Though I had bread and water, and also straw and provender for my ass, and am short of nothing.
He said, I don't need food. My ass has some fuel. He's got some straw. I'm good. I don't need anything. I just need a place to lay my head. Let's read on.
And Hadad answered and said to him, All that thou hast want shall be supplied by me, but in the street thou shalt not abide all night. And Hadad brought him into his house, and he took off the mantle from the ass with the cord, and brought them in his house. And he gave the ass straw and provender, whilst the traveler ate and drunk in Hadad's house. And he abode there that night. And in the
all right, so Hadad looks like he's doing something good. He's like, stay with me. You're not going to stay in the streets all night. Absolutely not. But he had a plan in mind. Remember, this guy had a nice, beautiful mantle on the back of his ass tied up that he was traveling with. Let's read on.
Verse 24. And in the morning the traveler rose up early to continue his journey. When Hadad said to him, Wait, comfort thy heart with a morsel of bread, and then go. And the man did so, and he remained with him, and they both ate and drank together during the day, when the man rose up to go.
All right, so now he said, look, you don't need to go so soon. Let's sit back. Let's eat. It's going to take about 5 hours to bake this bread, and we got to get it from the grain mill, grind it up, knead it, put it together, bake it. We got a lamb we're going to kill. Just stick around, No need to go so soon. And the man was like, oh, there's some nice people out here in Sodom. They real nice people. Yeah, let's do that. Let's enjoy the day. Let's read on. Actually, let's jump down now to verse 28. So he did this that day, and then he did it again the next day. So it's been 3 days. He was there 3 days. He's like, I really got to get going, brother. I really got to go. I appreciate all the hospitality. I got to go about my way. I got a trip to be on. I should have been there by now. My people expected me. I appreciate it, but I got to go. Verse 28.
And the man saddled his ass to go, and he asked Hadad to give him the cord and the mantle to tie it up upon the ass.
So when they came into his house, when the man from Elam came to Hadad's house, he said, "Oh man, let the ass, get some rest. Let me take this from you, the mantle. I'm just gonna put it secure in my closet so nobody can take it." And so the guy's like, "All right, man, I gotta go. I appreciate everything. Let me get all my belongings. Let me get my mantle, my colorful, beautiful garment." And back then, garments were expensive. I mean, this is like, imagine him saying, "I got a Gucci suit." That's what it's like saying, "I got a Gucci suit tied up in the back of my trunk. And, I brought it inside for safekeeping. I need that back. I'm about to go back on my journey." Read on.
And Hadad said to him, "Why sayest thou?"
He's like, "What are you talking about, man? A mantle, colorful, red. I don't know anything about that." Read on.
And he said to him, "That thou may, my lord, shall give me the cord and the mantle made with divers colors, which thou didst conceal with thee in thy house to take care of it." And Hadad answered the man, saying, "This is the interpretation of thy dream."
He said, "I know what you're talking about. Here, I'm an interpreter of dreams. Let me sit down. Let me teach this to you." Read on.
"The cord which thou didst see means that thy life will be lengthened."
You had a dream. The cord's a long life, like a long cord. Read on.
"And have seen the mantle colored with all sorts of colors, meaning that thou shalt have a vineyard in which thou wilt plant trees of all fruits.
You're going to have a vineyard. You're going to have red, greens, and purples, and you're going to have all types of vineyards. All right, now go about your way, man. Read on.
31. And the traveler answered, saying, Not so, my Lord, for I was awake when
He's
I
like,
gave.
yo, what you talking about, man? I was fully awake. What? I didn't have no dream about this. I know what I'm talking about. Read on.
I was awake when I gave thee the cord, and also a mantle woven with different colors, which thou didst take off the ass to put them by for me.
He said, you took it off my donkey so that you can put it in storage, put it in safekeeping. Where is it at? Read on.
And Dad answered and said, Surely I have told thee the interpretation of thy
He
dream.
said, your dream, I've told it to you. I don't know what you're talking about, but your dream, I've given you the interpretation. Read on.
And it is a good dream, and this is the interpretation thereof. Now the sons of men give me 4 pieces of silver.
Look at that.
Which,
I'm an interpreter of dream. My cost is really 4 pieces of silver. Read on.
which is my charge for interpreting dreams. And of thee only I require 3 pieces of silver.
I'm giving you a deal. You ever see that?
Mm-hmm.
Black Friday sale. $6.99. Now it's $4.99. The real price is $4.99. Cough it over. You say, I'm giving you a deal because I like you. 3 pieces of silver for for this interpretation. Read on.
And the man was provoked at the words of H.O.W, and he cried bitterly, and he brought H.O.W to Sirach, judge of Sodom.
He said, what is going on? This dude is crazy. I'm about to sue you. I'm going to sue you if you don't give me my mantle. So now he took him to court. Literally took this man to court. Read on.
And the man laid his cause before Sirach, the judge. When H.O.W replied, saying, It is not so, but thus the matter stands. And the judge said to the traveler, This man H.O.W telleth thee truth.
He said, I know her dad. Her dad's telling you the truth, brother. You thought you came with a garment? No. See, H.O.W, we be talking all the time. You know, he comes up here. That's my boy. You wrong. Read on.
For he is famed in the cities for the accurate interpretation of dreams.
You had the judges even. The judges, the people who are supposed to make sure that this doesn't happen or correct it when it does, they were over there. Dirty. Scheming. He's like, Dad, you gonna give me, what you gonna do for me, Dad? I know you lying. I know you. How much you charge him? 4 pieces. So okay, you gonna give me half? I bet. Let's go out here to the courtroom and make this judgment. Let's read on.
And the man cried at the word of the judge. And he said, Not so, my lord, for it was in the day that I gave him the cord and mantle which was upon the ass, in order to put them by in his house. And they both disputed before the judge, the one saying, Thus the matter was, and the other declaring otherwise. And H.O.W said to the man, Give me 4 pieces of silver, that I charge for my interpretation.
He said, man, forget, I was giving you a discount. Now you owe me 4. I was charging you 3. Now you owe me 4 pieces. like this man is doing him a disservice. Like a dad is not the one scheming and scamming him. Let's read on.
I will not make any allowance, and give me the expense of the 4 meals that thou didst eat in my house.
He said, on top of that, give me the price of my 4 meals. That food I let you eat, give me that. You want to take me to court? I'm countersuing for all the meals and the rent and all that it gave you. Let's read on.
And the man said to H.O.W, Truly I will pay thee for what I ate in thy house. Only give me the cord and mantle.
You see how righteous this man was. He said, you want the cost of that bread and the lamp? Fine, I'll pay that. Just give me my mantle back. Read on.
Only give me the cord and mantle which thou didst conceal in thy house. And H.O.W replied before the judge and said to the man, Did I not tell thee the interpretation of thy dream?
He said, brother, how many times I got to tell you your dream means long life and you're going to have a big vineyard? What you keep talking about this mantle? What's wrong with you, brother? Pay me. Let's jump down. Actually, jump down to verse 41.
And they went away quarreling from the judge. When the people of Sodom heard them, and they gathered about them, and they exclaimed against the stranger, and they drove him rashly from the city.
So all the people of Sodom, they didn't say, yo, I know Hadad is a thief. You probably did steal his mantle. They said, what's wrong with you, brother? What's wrong with you, man? Why you this is how we do business. He's an interpreter of dreams. And they scourged him until he ran out the city, leaving behind that valuable mantle, leaving behind his Gucci suit. I don't even know how much a Gucci suit costs. You know how much a Gucci suit costs?
Probably $1,000, $2,000.
Probably more than that. I think the pants alone $1,000.
Yeah.
Talking about several $1,000s. Imagine somebody does this to you. You carrying a Gucci suit. Somebody gave it to you. Imagine your aunt gave you that Gucci suit. She works for Gucci. She said, here you go. It's everything. It's the covering, the suit jacket, the blazers, the undershirt, the pants, everything, and the shoes to match. Somebody comes and steals that from me. I mean, thousands of dollars.
Been passed down for generations.
Right. Someone's old clothes, they were made better. They actually survived for multiple generations. You get some clothes today, and them joints start unraveling the second you put in the washing machine. Clothes back then, they survived. How many people are going through similar things like this? Getting scammed out of thousands of dollars, out of life savings. And you try to go and sue, and it's nothing. It's, hey, you knew the risk. It's your fault. Let's drop that. Let's look at one. If AP Cam, we're going to look at this mindset of Hadad is not just unique to them. You see, all of Sodom was backing them too, was backing him. Look at today. We got scammers at high places of power. Now, this is the AI overview from a Google search on Trump coin rug pull. What is this? Read that, AP Cameron, AP Candidate.
The Trump meme coin launched around January 2005 inauguration has been characterized by analysts as a rug pull or high-risk pump and dump scheme.
As a scheme. This is literally Donald Trump released the cryptocurrency right around the time he was about to be inaugurated the second time. And analysts look at like this was no other than a pump and dump. Pump and dump means you pump it up, do you let the price get inflated, you get all these investors in, and the price doesn't just go up. It goes up because people have been putting money in it. Investors are putting money in. And then you also have regular people putting their life savings into Trump coin. And what happened? What's the dump part?
Early investors, including potential insiders, sold large stakes shortly after launch.
Sold large stakes. Potential insiders. Potential insider trading. Sold large stakes shortly after launch. I mean, shortly. So you have all these people putting in money, and then investors know at this time we about to pull out. That's the dump part. You pump it full of money, and then you dump it, meaning you take all your investments out. So you came in when Trump coin was 2 cents, and all the retail investors came in. That's you and I. Putting in your $10, your $20, cashing out your 401k, getting your retirement, getting your life savings, putting maybe $20,000 in, think you're going to stake it big. Saying, it used to be 1 cent, now it's $1. If it goes up to $2 or $3, I'm about to double my money.
Can I say something?
And then they dump it. They take their stock goes from 1 cent to $5, and they pull all that out, meaning your money too. What's up? What you got?
It sounds like a pyramid scheme to me.
It's very similar.
Like during the time, I remember during COVID, they were doing like the little flower game and whatever, where people were just throwing the money they were getting from COVID. They were putting the money in there.
The PPP loans?
Yeah, all of that. And what they did was they pretty much was if you got in the game first, you got pretty much all the money, and then they shut it down. That would be the dump. So the people who was coming in at the end, that was like, oh man, I heard you made this much money.
Yep.
They would be the ones dumped on.
It's absolutely just like a pyramid scheme.
But also, a lot of them, they had multiple accounts. So a lot of them were actually fake accounts. And so it was basically funding money within it. But then, it's like you said, they would pull out. So a lot of times, they would only maybe like one or two people. But those two people would invest into it.
So you would have bot accounts, making it overinflate the price so other people get in, and then you come and dump it and steal their money. But the crazy thing is, you get random people doing that, right? This is Donald Trump doing this. This is Trump coin. This is like somebody like H.O.W, a truth man that everybody knows in this city, famous. But you're supposed to be the president of the United States releasing a meme coin. And you had inside investors with you pumping and dumping. Read on that AP candidate.
Shortly after launch, leaving over 800,000 wallets with roughly $2 billion in losses by February.
$2 billion in losses
Pyramid scheme.
the next month. He released it January 2025. They dumped it February 2025. When you do these investments, you're thinking long term. I'm gonna pull out in 2050. They gave you a month and $20 billion in losses. And what else?
While the Trump family and affiliates gained over $100 million in fees.
That's just fees. That's not just pulling it out. That's fees from transactions. So if you got $60 and you want to put that in, you don't really get $60 of the coin. They take a fee, you might get $56.27 because they took a fee. So all these people invested and they got $100 million in fees. Just fees alone. That's not just the dump, the investors pulling money out. Read on that.
Some key aspects of the Trump coin situation. Massive losses. Chain analyst data indicates that by February 2005, while thousands have lost money, only a small number of wallets made significant profits, over $100 billion combined.
So while thousands of people lost money, only a small number of people's accounts actually gained from the Trump coin. Because they put money in and then they pull the rug under your feet. Let's read on.
The rug pull behavior. The token, which saw huge volatility, peaked and then dropped sharply, wreaking a rug pull, where initial holders sell off, crashing the price.
So there's people who came in at 1 cent, and they see it's $5 now. They pull out all their money. Now, if you put $1 million into, and the value was 1 cent, you got a lot of coins. And now they went from 1 cent to $5, you got a big profit. And then you come and steal that from underneath the feet of the people who were coming in thinking, this is President Trump. He's looking out for us. He's big on crypto. He don't care about you. The same guy who was behind this came yesterday or a few days ago talking about, I don't think about Americans' finances. Of course you don't. Let's read on.
High insider stakes. The Trump organization reportedly held a significant stake, around 80%, creating a high risk of price manipulation, experts told Fortune.
Trump's organization, and that's how Trump makes it seem like it's okay. It's not insider stuff. You're not supposed to use a political office to inure benefit to yourself. And so if it's not him, it's his organization. But what happens when he gets out of office? His organization is going to benefit him. And so you see that they had about 80% of the stake of Trump coin. Telling me they didn't lose on that. Of course they gained. They got another thing going on, the Trump phone. Anybody heard of that? The T1 Trump phone? It's a pure gold phone. Yeah, just like them shoes he was selling. And the Trump phone was supposed to be 100% made in America. It was supposed to be something that revolutionizes, cell phone service. And he said, give a deposit of $100 for your phone. When it's finally out and produced, you're going to get your phone at a discounted promotional price. Everybody who doesn't invest in advance, you're going to, you're going to have to pay a higher price. So it's been like a year and them phones ain't come out. And they changed the terms of service saying, your promotion, your down payment doesn't guarantee you'll get a phone. What? I put a down payment on a phone. That's like you saying, I'll put a down payment on this car. I'm going to come back. Oh, but the down payment doesn't guarantee that you got the car. Matter of fact, it doesn't even guarantee that the car exists. The Trump phones ain't even been produced yet. And they saying it don't guarantee that. They don't even know if they're going to be made in America. Them phones are going to come straight from China. That's why Trump went to China. Went to meet Xi Jinping. He's like, hey, can I make my phone over here? It's too expensive in America. You got scammers all along in the government, just like you had in the days of Sodom. Not only him, amongst these Epsteinites. Let's read on. We got another, it's going to be an AI overview. Epstein didn't gain his riches through hard work. They tell you, go out and work hard. Work till you can't feel your fingers. And maybe at the end of your life, maybe, you can be like me, and you can retire at 65 with $1 million in your 401k. When you get $1 million every 2 days, say you work hard, you can live it up. Even that's going out the window. Retirement today is a thing of the past. Right. These people are telling you to work hard, but they make their money by scamming you. What about Jeffrey Epstein? Did he make his money by working hard and laboring and learning about finances and being cunning in it? Let's read that. It's an AI overview on Jeffrey Epstein and how he came to be.
Jeffrey Epstein built his fortune through a long-term, relentless pattern of scams.
Relentless pattern of scams. This is why we're saying the Epstein is was one of the chieftains of the Sodomites. And that spirit hasn't gone. Even though Epstein may be gone, that spirit is not gone. Trump, who was buddy-buddy with Epstein, was doing the exact same thing still. He said, this is how we make money. We scam. Matter of fact, a lot of the presidents were too. It's not a Trump thing. I think, I forgot, it was the Roosevelts or the Kennedys. They came over from Europe. I think it was the Roosevelts. They came over and were bootleggers. The Roosevelt family, Teddy Roosevelt, Theodore Roosevelt, we talking about Franklin Roosevelt and all these other high politicians. They were bootleggers, I believe. I don't remember if it was him or the Kennedys. But Kennedys, we already know it's a prolific political family. They made their money off of doing illegal stuff. Not off of hard work and supporting the American people. They were bootleggers, literally. Making moonshine in the Appalachian Mountains and selling that. The same spirit was on them. It's the same thing with these Epsteinites. Because he was a relentless scammer, just like they were in the days of Sodom. Let's read on.
Manipulating wealthy individuals and exploiting institutional failures rather than through legitimate financial genius.
So rather than really having financial acumen, he was manipulating failures in the financial system. Let's read on.
His schemes included stealing hundreds of millions from billionaire Leslie Wexner, running mail fraud, and perpetrating investment scams, which fueled his sex trafficking operations.
So all these scams went for him to go and talk to these young girls and be like, you ever seen a yacht? I'm going to take you on a yacht and I'm going to take you to a private island. We're going to have the time of our lives. So we're not going to continue on in that. Anybody can look it up and you can see how that spirit of Sodom was upon these people. That they were scammers. Anybody heard of Enron? Yeah. Enron was a major scam. I mean, billions of dollars lost. Because this company that acted like they were in the energy, once again, in the energy sector, really was just taking your profits and sloshing it around. Scams are high, all on the rise. Let's go. We're going to, anybody can do the research on Enron. It's all visibly there. But let's look at another one, another big one. Let's go down to that article. Now it's Wikipedia, but Wikipedia is, usually can give some good information that you can compare elsewhere. The 2008 financial crisis caused by sodomites, not people that say work hard, give a solution to a problem, and the people will come and support it. No. How can I scam and make more money? Let's read briefly on that financial crisis, 2008.
A major worldwide financial crisis centered in the United States took place in 2008.
Centered in Sodom. America's like Sodom, and some of these other places are like Gomorrah, like Zeboiim, some of these lesser cities, but still doing the exact same thing. Let's read on.
The causes included excessive speculation on property values by both homeowners and financial institutions, leading to the 2000s United States housing bubble. This was exacerbated by predatory lending.
Predatory lending. And what else?
For subprime mortgages.
And subprime mortgages, meaning I know you can't pay it back, but I'm going to loan it to you anyway. Why? Because I'm not worried about getting the money back. I'm going to gather all these mortgages and sell it to the next guy. So I don't have to worry about getting the money back because the next guy's going to buy the loan. Then he's going to do the same thing. He's going to take his package of loans, and then sell that to somebody else. So I know you have a 520 credit score, but I'm going to give you this $500,000 mansion. I'm going to credit you for that. I'm going to sell it. The next guy's going to sell it. The next guy's going to sell it. And somebody's going to be caught with a bag, but it's not me. These were scammers scamming the system. We'll drop that for time's sake. And let's go now to another overview showing that this is not just rogue banks. This is something institutionalized amongst this society. That's why, once again, we're going to do a podcast on this on the 9th hour. Once again, we want to talk about how you voting doesn't do anything. You voting is like you just wasting your time. You wasting your whole Tuesday. For what? Because you have a choice between the taskmaster's first son or the slave master's second son. One of them is going to be better for you. They both the slave master's son. They both going to put you on the plantation and whip you and tell you to work hard day in, day out, and you're going to get the scraps. Let's look at Obama. We talking about Trump. But we're people we're not like this super strong anti-Trump. We're anti-American politics. We anti-sodomites. Trump is a sodomite, just like Epstein and just like Obama was. Now, Obama was doing some other stuff, but we talking about the real sins of Sodom. What did President Obama do? Read that AI overview. What was he doing when he got elected in 2008, took office in 2009, right after the collapse? What did he do?
President Obama's appointment of key economic officials in 2008 and 2009 included several individuals who were prominent in the financial sector or the Clinton-era Treasury Department, some of whom were viewed as key players in the financial deregulation or, conversely, as experienced hands necessary for stabilizing the financial system during the 2008 crisis.
So Obama brought in on his team many financial advisors who were involved in the events that led up to the 2008 recession. Brought up those same people. Let's read on.
Key figures appointed by Obama who had ties to the pre-2008 financial landscape included.
And remember, 2008 didn't just happen on its own. Remember, it said this is starting from the 2000s, the early 2000s. It was a period of time that led up to the same thing. And remember, one of the causes was excessive speculation on the housing prices. What happened to houses now? As soon as the housing prices collapsed, over time, we in the exact same position. Houses are being over-speculated on. I'm seeing people who are inspectors of houses. They're going and looking at newly built houses showing, look at this. The water pressure is too high. It's going to blow up all the equipment. Right here, you're supposed to have a downspout on the gutters. It's not going to work because it's going to cause rot underneath here because they don't have a right downspout over here. Look at it. The gap between this is too great between your sidings, and it's going to cause bugs to get in. They selling you cheap houses and saying it's a $700,000 house. They got mansions. You got inspectors going in talking about this thing needs $100,000 in repairs. And it's supposed to be a brand new mansion. They're doing the exact same thing because people like Obama put them back in the position. Bailed them out, just like Sirach, the judge in Sodom, bailed out H.O.W. and said, I'm going to put you back in a position to scam somebody else. Let's read on.
Included Timothy Geithner, Treasury Secretary. As president of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, Geithner played a key role in the 2008 bailout efforts before his appointment.
This guy, president of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, he was the one who told, who was it? I guess Bush at the time, bail out the banks in the financial crisis. Let's bail them out. Let's give the banks that caused the crisis billions of dollars again to stay afloat. Now Obama made him Treasury Secretary. Really? I thought capitalism was all about the poor businesses are going to fall and good businesses are going to come and take their place. But that's not what they're doing. It's capitalism when it comes to you. It's socialism when it comes to them. Your tax monies that you've been paying for decades, the banks that collapse and cause problems for you, they get your tax money to get bailed out and stay afloat. And Obama said, bring that guy back on my team. He knows what he's doing. Let's read on.
Lawrence Summers, director of the National Economic Council, former Treasury Secretary under Clinton, and a known advocate for financial deregulation.
Somebody who helped deregulate the financial landscape during Clinton's days that led to the 2008 collapse. Obama brought him back up. National Economic Council. Give me some economic counsel for the whole nation. These are the type of people that he brought up. Now, time won't afford us to go through this in detail, but APSI, let's get back to Jasher, the book of Jasher, chapter 19, verse 11. Let's examine these judges. We look at the scammers. Let's look at these wicked judges back in their day. Jasher chapter 19, verse 11.
And in the course of the time, Sarah sent Eliezer to Sodom to see Lot and inquire after his welfare. And Eliezer went to Sodom, and he met a man of Sodom fighting with a stranger. And the man of Sodom stripped the poor man of all his clothes and went away.
So he's doing what Sodomites do. This is a stranger. I'm going to beat him down, take everything he has, and go about my way. I just got to come up. Sodom was really the hood. A real ghetto in Sodom back in the day. Let's read on.
And this poor man cried to Eliezer and supplicated his favor on account of what the man of Sodom had done to him. And he said to him, why doest thou act thus to the poor man who came to thy land? And the man of Sodom answered Eliezer, saying, is this man thy brother? Or have the people of Sodom made thee a judge this day, that thou speakest about this man?
That shows you about the people that Abraham was with. This is Eliezer, his servant. Somebody of another nation. Eliezer wasn't a Hebrew, but yet he was learning all the ways of the Hebrews. And he was like, hey, look, we don't do this to the poor, where I'm from. He went and accosted the man of Sodom. Said, hey, man, what you doing? Give that man his clothes back. Give that man his money back. That guy said, man, who are you? You a judge? Why you care? That's your brother? Read on.
And Eliezer strove with the man of Sodom on account of the poor man. And when Eliezer approached to recover the poor man's clothes from the man of Sodom.
So after arguing for about 5 minutes, they're like, hey, screw this. I'm going to take the clothes back. You like violence? Well, let me show you some violence. Let's read on.
He hastened and with a stone smote Eliezer in the forehead.
So dude grabbed a rock and bashed Eliezer on the face. Like, back off. These my clothes now. And what happened? Read on.
And the blood flowed copiously from Eliezer's forehead.
And so he was injured. That blood was flowing. Read on.
And when the man saw the blood, he caught hold of Eliezer, saying, give me my hire for living.
Hey, you owe me too now. I gave you a service. He's like, what? What's the service? Read on.
Rid thee of this bad blood that was in thy forehead.
You had bad blood in your forehead. I had to drain it out. That's why I bust you upside the head with a rock. To drain out that bad blood in your head. Let's read on.
For such is the custom and the law in our land.
This is our custom in our land. You start talking weird, like you want to help the poor, I got to bash your head in because you got bad blood, apparently. You don't like money? I get money. Let me get you on my team, man, the money team. Let's read on.
And Eleazar said to him, thou hast wounded me and requested me to pay thee thine hire. And Eleazar would
Bro, what is wrong with you? You just bust me in the head with a rock and now I got to pay you for busting me upside the head with a rock? Matter of fact, this is how doctors do too. This is like Sodom. Doctors will come with some chemo and nuke your body to kill a few cancer cells. And they'll be like, that's $1,000 a pop. And you took about 5 pills. That's $5,000 just for today. That's not including the doctor's fees. And what did the doctor do? Did the doctor come in and spend time with you and really learn your situation? He came in, looked at some charts. Yeah, you need chemo. Ow. That'll be another $5,000. That's the same thing. I rid you of bad blood. I came and nuked your body with some chemo. You owe me. They're doing the exact same thing. If you had reversed the clock a little bit, maybe decide to eat something else, maybe to stay away from some glyphosate, maybe to take some herbs, you may not have been in that situation anyway. But this is the same spirit that was on Sodom. I performed the medical procedure on you by bashing you in the head with a rock. It's the same thing with your teeth. You go to the dentist, those wisdom teeth, we got to pull them out. We got to put you on laughing gas, and you got a cavity. We got to drill into your teeth and then put some fillings in there and then some mercury and silver, put that in your teeth. When there's natural ways, and there's brothers here who are examples of faith on the natural remedies and getting rid of cavities and that back. When you have a toothache, that's not just a bad tooth. That is some sort of gap, whether it be a cavity, some space in your gums, and bacteria gets in there and it starts to grow, and there's a lot of nerves in your gums, and so you start having a toothache. But you go to the dentist, we got to pull the tooth. And we got to get rid of it, and we got to give you a filling and give you some dentures, and that's going to be $6,000. When you can get some oil, start oil pulling, get some clove, get some tea tree oil, some neem oil, and swish that around your mouth, you spent about, $15, $20? And that thing is gone. The toothache is gone. The cavities, you start going back, cavity's gone. We can still pull a tooth, though. You want us to no, I'm good. This is the same thing Eleazar was going through. Man, you bashed me in the head, now you charging me? Let's read on.
And Eleazar, continuation of 18. And Eleazar would not hearken to the words of the man of Sodom. And the man laid hold on Eleazar and brought him to Sharah, and the judge of Sodom for judgment.
He said, I'm taking you to court. I'm suing you. You better pay me for this bad blood. Let's read on.
And the man spoke to the judge, saying, I beseech thee, my lord, thus has this man done, for I smote him with a stone that the blood flowed from his forehead, and he is unwilling to give me my hire. I gave him 15 rounds of chemo. He lost his hair. He lost about 57 pounds, but he still owed me about $20,000. Read on. And the judge said to Eleazar, this man speaketh truth to thee.
That's true. You've lost your case, Eleazar. Let's read on.
Give him his hire.
Look at these wicked judges. Look at these wicked judges in Sodom. Do we not have the same thing today? Judges that are backing corporations rather than making clean judgments amongst the people. Read on.
For this is the custom in our land, And Eleazar heard the words of the judge, and he lifted up a stone and smote the judge.
Now, that's some real judgment. He said, oh, that's a custom, huh? Let me show you how you like it. Do you like it? Let me give you some chemo. Took a stone from the courthouse, one of the ones that had the fake 10 Commandments on it, and bashed him upside the head. The judge, read on.
And the stone struck on his forehead, and the blood flowed copiously from the forehead of the judge. And Eleazar said, if this then is the custom in your land, give thou unto this man what I should have given him, for this has been thy decision. Thou didst decree it.
Eleazar, he wasn't some random servant. He wasn't like a serf or slave. He was a hardcore soldier. He was one of them elite troops. He said, oh, this is a custom, huh? Boop. Now you pay him what I owe him. And bounced and dipped. Dude was gangster. I would like to see that in a court today. I really, really would. Some weak, wicked judgment, and some guy just comes in like a G and does what he needs to do. And so let's drop that. We could show various cases of judges being wicked. But let's go to the overall case. Let's go down AP Cameron. It's an article, prisonpolicy.org. And it's a study. It says race, wealth, and incarceration. Results from the National Longitudinal Survey of Youth. Let's read that part that says abstract. I know it's a little small. You may need to zoom in on that a little bit. But let's read that, what they are talking about right there. So we see that you have judges. Back in Sodom, this is part of the spirit that was on them. Just like judges today, they were getting kickbacks. You got lawyers who are supposed to represent you, but they're buddy-buddy with the judge. Most of these lawyers, they know the judge. They not over there like, oh, I'm gonna get you a fair trial. No, it's not that. That's why you got law firms advertising now. You get hit, time to scam. Start acting like your back is twisted out. Start acting like your neck is crooked. Come out that car like, oh no, it was just a little fender bender. And we're gonna come because we know the judges in your area. We're gonna make some money. We're gonna sue them. Now that's not that big of a deal when it's hitting the insurance company. But what happens when it's a criminal suit? What happens if you got caught feeding the homeless, and you got a prosecutor who wants to make a name for himself? Because they don't say after they've been prosecutor for 15 years, and they want to run to be a judge or a sheriff or some sort of political office. They don't say, here's my track record. I sent people to jail for feeding the homeless. I sent people to jail because they didn't pay their water bill. I sent people to jail. No, they just say, what's my conviction? I have a conviction rate of 97%. I got crime off the streets. But they don't tell you that crime was not paying your medical bills. They don't tell you that crime was feeding the homeless person. They don't tell you that crime was just something benign. Yeah. They make it seem like you were a burglar and you went armed robbery, robbing all the banks in the area. No, that's not who they were getting off the streets. Let's read this study from about race, wealth, and incarceration.
Using the 1979 cohort of the National Longitudinal Study of Youth to explore the interwoven links between race, wealth, and incarceration. The study examines the data on race and wealth status before and after incarceration. Data indicated that although higher levels of wealth were associated with lower rates of incarceration, the likelihood of future incarceration still was higher for blacks at every level of wealth compared to the white likelihood, as well as Hispanic likelihood.
So the likelihood of a rich person going to jail is low. But the likelihood of a black man going to jail is high whether you're rich or poor. They have a motive. They have something that they're trying to do. They have a reason behind it. So they tell you, we had some cases, I'm skipping them for time's sake, of judges being corrupt. And they tell you corruption is low, though. Why is the corruption low? It's not because the judges aren't corrupt. It's because they don't count stuff like this as corruption. They don't count a rich man having 15 lawyers, but a poor man having none. You get no legal counsel. Matter of fact, you're going to jail because you don't know how to navigate in this legal realm. They don't look at that like corruption. They don't look at that like I know the lawyer, I'm the judge, and I know you're a lawyer, and we're going to work a deal because I like you. They don't look at that like corruption, when in actuality it is. It's like the same thing today. They say corruption is low in the American political realm because they don't count lobbying as corruption. That's clearly corruption. That's bribery. It's the same thing with these judges. Jump down to the point where it says that last part, lack of family wealth. Gonna read that. AP candidate Cameron.
Lack of family wealth also could mean being unable to afford additional education and delaying entering the labor market, leading to higher risks of incarceration, risks that are highly stratified by education.
Go and read on the next sentence.
All right. This is once involved with the criminal justice system as a defendant, low family wealth means being unable to afford the resources to navigate the criminal justice system via high-quality lawyers or capacity to post bond.
So you see that because you are poor, because you have no money, you can't get a lawyer, and you can't post your bond. And so that increases the likelihood of you actually getting incarcerated, you getting a sentence or a guilty verdict and getting sentenced. Not because you actually did the crime, but because you had no money to afford a lawyer. What does you having money have to do with you being guilty? I just saw something earlier, talked about, I think it was Arkansas, just recently executed somebody who came out as innocent. I mean, he maintained his innocence all the time he was on death row. But they suppressed the evidence showing that he was innocent. And they went through with the execution. He got arrested like sometime before DNA was really something serious. And so now they had DNA. His lawyers were like, hey, look, let's check the DNA and see if it was really him. They said, nope. A judge denied that and said, send that man to death. And then they finally, after he was already executed, they were able to look at the DNA because the case was over and said, it was not him. You tell me that's not corruption? That's not the spirit of Sodom on these judges just like it was back in the day? They are doing the exact same thing. Exact same thing. Just because these judges aren't taking bribes from some random person doesn't mean it's not corruption. They have legal means of going about and executing their own. A judge has to say, don't open that case. A judge has to rule that. That's not something that just happens. It's just like gets forgotten about. A judge literally said, no, we're good. Send that man to death. And that happens all the time. That happens all the time. That is not an uncommon thing. There's so many people on death row still adamantly, after decades, saying, I'm innocent, I did not do this. But a judge says, nope, I don't want to hear no new evidence that might prove you're innocent because I have a quota to fill. I can't be looked at like a judge that convicted the wrong person. So I got confirmation bias. I believe it was you. And why? Because you're poor and black. And so I got to stick with that. Don't open that case up again. Let's continue to look at these judges. Let's go back to Jasher 19 and 1. We got another article, AP Cameron. Go ahead, AP Asa. Jasher chapter 19, and we're going to pick up in the first verse.
You said 19:11?
19 and 1, actually. Go ahead and we're going to skip some articles about these judges because time is short. Let's go to Jasher, page 30. Jasher chapter 19, and we're going to pick up in the first verse.
I don't see that. Joshua 19 and 30.
You got it, AP Cam? Go ahead and read that. And go ahead, AP, I'll say get the article from the ADL.
Okay.
Joshua 19, verse 1. And the cities of Sodom had 4 judges to 4 cities, and these were their names: Sirach in the city of Sodom, Shakad in Gomorrah, Zabnak in Admah, and Menon in Zeboim.
So you see that all these cities were governed the same way. All of them had their wicked, corrupt judge ruling in that city. Let's read on.
And Eleazar.
And remember, not to cut you off, Admah was the city where they killed that woman, coating her with honey and having the bee stinger. That judge ruled to do that. So these were really wicked, evil people. Once again, killing innocent people for no reason. Let's read on.
And Eleazar, Abraham's servant, applied to them different names, and he converted Sirach to Shakra.
Jump down to verse 3.
Verse 3. And by desire of their 4 judges, the people of Sodom and Gomorrah had beds erected in the streets.
Whoa. What? The judges said, I got a custom I want to do. I got another weird thing I want to see. The judges said, not the people of Sodom, the judges said, put beds in the streets of Sodom and Gomorrah and Admah and Zeboim. Read on.
The streets. And if a man came to these places, they laid hold of him and brought him to one of their beds, and by force made him to lie in them.
So this is not what we call sodomy. We'll see what they were doing. They were doing something probably worse. I don't know. It depends on, I don't know if I'd say worse, but just as bad. Let's read on.
And as he lay down, 3 men would stand at his head and 3 at his feet, and measure him by the length of the bed. And if the man was...
So they had 3 men at his feet and 3 men at his head, and said, brother, how tall are you? Matter of fact, I bet it was like a circus fair, because who would willingly do it? They probably like, hey, we got this game. You can win $200. Come lay on this bed. Come lay down. Let's read on.
And if the man was less than the bed, these 6 men would stretch him at the end.
What the hell are they doing? They said the bed is 6 feet. Brother, you 5'9"? We about to give you 4 or 5 inches. Say, let's stretch him. Hey, 3 of y'all grab his legs. We gonna grab his arms and pull him. Let's pull him until he get this to 6 feet. We gonna make you taller, brother. Let's read on.
And when he cried out to them, they would not answer him. And if he was longer than the bed, they would draw together the 2 sides of the bed at each end until the man had reached the gates of death.
You 6'3"? Brother, we got to compress you. You too tall. Everybody here in Sodom is 6 foot even. We about to scrunch you up until you get 6 foot even. Let's read on. What kind of weird custom is this?
Verse 6. And if he continued to cry out to them, they would answer him, saying, Thus shall it be done to a man that cometh into our land. And when the men heard all these things that the people of the cities of Sodom did, they refrained from coming there.
And so they cried out unto death. A lot of people died on these beds, getting scrunched or stretched. There's only so much the human body can stretch. And so imagine you have somebody 4'11". Oh my goodness. That was going to be a bad day for you. Why were they erecting beds?
Right.
Sounds like somebody we know. They have some weird custom or ritual with a bed with a mattress? Let's go to the ADL, Anti-Defamation League. Anti-Defamation League. Now, anybody knows who the Anti-Defamation League are? They are a group of Jews, of juice boxes, talking about how all the stuff going on about them is not real, it's not true. You can't talk bad about us. Read the headline from the ADL.
Tunnel discovered under Shabbat headquarters sparks anti-Semitic firestorm online.
He said, it's anti-Semitic. It's anti-Semitic. What were they talking about was anti-Semitic?
Invoking anti-Semitic child trafficking and blood libel conspiracy theories.
It's invoking child trafficking that the juice boxes do that. The blood libel. Blood libel is an actual term. They were saying back in the 1500s, these Christian Europeans were accusing these juice boxes of stealing kids and doing sacrifices with them, spilling their blood, and they're saying, it wasn't true. Now look at Epstein. Was that true? Was he not trafficking young children? Were some of them not coming up missing? Let's read on.
One of the most pernicious and dangerous themes that emerged in the allegation that Jews were using, or juice boxes were using.
We reading this straight from the ADL website. Read on.
This passageway to traffic, abuse, or ritualistically murder children. Some have specifically resurrected the H.O.W. blood libel charge to support this allegation.
Now, why did they say this? Because there were pictures of mattresses in these tunnels with stains on them. Deep red stains. Sounds like what they were doing in Sodom. They were erecting these beds and doing these weird rituals on them. You know a people by their fruits. Where in the Bible does it say David built tunnels and had mattresses underneath them with stains on them? Show me that about the holy people in the Bible. Show me that. I can show you where that is in the scriptures. It's about Sodom. It had nothing to do with Israel. These are what the Sodomites were doing, erecting beds and doing weird stuff on them. Now, we don't have time to go through this whole article. But remember, the Anti-Defamation League is supposed to be anti-you defaming the juice boxes. But nowhere in this article did they say, here's what was really going on. They just said, it's anti-Semitic to talk about the mattresses. It's anti-Semitic to talk about what they're doing with the tunnels. Never. The tunnels were for us to communicate with our sister branch, and the mattresses were because people need to. None of that. They just said it's anti-Semitic. Don't look at that picture. My eyes are not deceiving me. Why do you have a tunnel? Why are you coming out of the New York sewers like a damn rat? Why? Because you got some weird stuff going on. What's up?
I saw.
And we'll get ready for an ad break before we close down this class up with it.
I saw a video of like a rabbi explaining what they were doing.
Yeah.
Saying that they were using chicken blood to bring somebody back to life.
That ain't better. I saw that too. Like that made it better. That ain't better. I'm trying to bring somebody back to life using the chicken sacrifice. Like it shows you something. When the excuse is just as bad as the allegation. I mean, that should show you something. That should make you consider, what are you really trying to hide? What are you really trying to hide? And so, who has the spirit of Sodom upon them? Who has the spirit of Sodom? We've just gone through 2 in-depth classes on the spirit of Sodom and who this applies to. Does it apply to the Eskimos? Does it apply to the people in Africa? It applies to the rich elite who govern society. And amongst those are the desert penguins. Amongst those, actually chieftains of them, are these juice boxes. You know a tree by its fruits. But the beautiful silver lining in that is that when you see Sodom, and you see Gomorrah, and you see that spirit on them, and you see the spirit of Egypt, and you see the spirit of Babylon, you know that the 7th trumpet is about to blow, that the great earthquake is about to come, that the last days are here. Let's go to the ad break as we begin to wind down this class.
Again, shalom to the 7th covenant members of the House of Wisdom. We have the TITHES here. unlike anybody else, we know what to do with the tithes. We give offerings to the Most High during this feast and during this Shabbat. So here at the House of Wisdom, we have the tithes that we procure with our own hands. We're not leaving it to anybody else or leaving it to chance to let anybody else do this for us anymore. So we've created the flour. We have 2 different seasons. So we have 2 different batches, one for the summer season and one for the winter season. And we also, with the tithes, we have the wine, which we've done also with our own hands. The priesthood had painstakingly picked the grapes, squeezed or cleaned the grapes, squeezed the grapes, and then went through the process of making sure everything was fermented properly. And it is fabulous. If you didn't know already, most of this wine that is out here, most of it is procured with animal fat. And you already know what that means if you living in this government here. More than likely, it was swine's flesh that was used to clean the wine. And that's nothing that you want to use for your oblations or for your feast or anything dealing with the Most High. We also have the salt, because we know the Most High said, in all your oblations that you give, you make sure it's seasoned with salt. So we have some of the better salts that is here. We have the black lava salt. We have the pink Himalayan salt. We have the incense. We have the extra virgin olive oil. So ultimately, support by sending us your tithes. You can send it to the priesthood or you can order them yourself, because the same mixture that we use here for the priesthood, you'll be also participating when you order it for yourself. So go on thecityofadam.com and order your products, and most high willing, it can get to you sooner than later.
Definitely an important aspect, sending in tithes to make sure that the priest can continue to give oblations and sacrifices. So why are we talking so much about Sodom, about the spirit that's on them? Because this is how the last days are going to be. And Sodom, even the events that transpired with Sodom, were going to be an insight in the last days today. How is that? Let's read it. We're going to start in Genesis 18 and 20. AP candidate Cameron.
And the Most High said, because of the cry of Sodom and Gomorrah is great, and because their sin is very grievous, I will go down now and see whether they have done altogether according to the cry of it, which is come unto me, and if not, I will know. And the men turned their faces from thence and went toward Sodom, but Abram stood yet before the Most High. And Abram drew near and said, wilt thou also destroy the righteous with the wicked?
He said, Abba, remember these people were in the covenant and they were giving their tithe offerings. Are you going to destroy the righteous with the wicked? You going to destroy everybody because of some wicked people? Let's read on. What did Abraham say?
Peradventure there be 50 righteous within the city. Wilt thou also destroy and not spare the place for the 50 righteous that are therein? That be far from thee to do after this manner, to slay the righteous with the wicked, and that the righteous should be as wicked as the wicked. That be far from thee. Shall not the judge of all the earth do right? And the Most High said, if I find in Sodom 50 righteous within the city, then I will spare all the place for their sakes.
Now remember, it's not just one city, it's 5 cities. And Abraham's like, if you can find just 5, no, it's just 50. 10 from each city. Can you spare them? And he's like, Most High said, of course. Yeah, I'll spare it for 50, the sake of 50 righteous people. And now imagine a city. It's a big city. It's a metropolis. And so 50 people out of potentially millions of people is nothing. It's a very small amount. Let's read on.
And Abraham answered and said, behold, now I have taken upon me to speak unto the Most High, which am but dust and ashes. Peradventure there shall lack 5 of the 50 righteous.
Abraham started thinking, damn, Sodom is wicked. Maybe you can't find 50. What if there's only 45? What if there's only 45? Will you save them? Read on.
Wilt thou destroy all the city for lack of 5? And he said, if I find there 45, I will not destroy it. And he spake unto him yet again, and said, peradventure there shall be 40 found there. And he said, I will not do it for 40's sake. And he said unto him,
All right, jump down to verse 32. We already know. He said 35. What if it's 40? What if it's 30? What if it's 30? What about 20? Read on.
and he said, O let not the Most High be angry, and I will speak yet, but this once. Peradventure 10 shall be found there.
What if you only find 2 in each city, Abba? What can you do that? Can you do it? Can you save it for 10 people? Read on.
And he said, I will not destroy it for 10's sake.
So that's like saying, oh man, I know these places are wicked. Well, what if you found 10 people in Atlanta? Can you save Atlanta for 10 people? What about Seattle? What about Los Angeles? What about New York? What about Newark, New Jersey? Will you save them for, if you just find 10 people in the United States, would you save it? That's like the equivalent of that. How many people are in the metro Atlanta area? It's like 6 million people. LA, millions, tens of millions. New York is the most populated city in the United States, most densely populated, and not even in the metro New York area. In New York City, there's 10 million people plus. That's like saying, but if we find 10 people in New York City that are righteous, will you save it? Most I even said that, I'll save it. I will save it for 10 people. I'll save all 10 million plus all the metro area, all the surrounding cities, just like Sodom and Gomorrah. New York doesn't just stand alone. It's tied with Newark, with New Jersey. And then people from D.C., they go up to New York. And then even up north, you got people in Connecticut going down, commuting down to New York. You got all these cities connected. Baltimore, Maryland ain't too far away either. That's like all the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah and Zeboiim and all these other cities. And so New York got 10 plus million. Now imagine adding D.C., adding in Baltimore, New Jersey, and all these other places. And you're like, Philadelphia. You're like, can we find 10? 10 righteous? Let's read on. Actually, let's drop that. Let's go now, Wisdom of Solomon. Actually, for time's sake, we're going to skip that. Let's go to Genesis 19, AP Cameron, and then we're going to get the books of Adam and Eve, 49. Genesis 19:24. We know the results. We know ain't nobody was found. The angels came down to Lot. And the people wanted to do their stuff with the angels. Not what we think. Not what we've been told. Remember, that was like a side thing for the Sodomites. They wanted to put these angels on the bed and start stretching them out and seeing if does an angel stretch like a man? They want to put an angel on the streets and say, don't sell him any bread. Does an angel starve? That's what they wanted to do. Not this nasty stuff that we think about. Now, I'm not saying they didn't want to do that. I'm just saying that their sin was greater than just that. And like I said in the last class, we should see our brothers and sisters in that lifestyle and not look at them like they're the problem. They're the victims. They are victims of a sodomite society. Because these people, with all their riches and all their wealth and all their goodness, they can sit back and start thinking about, I read the Talmud. And the Talmud tells me there's 8 genders. I believe them. I think there's several genders. And I think gender is on a spectrum. And you can be a male or a girl, or you can be a zer or a zim or a whatever. And so they were infected with a sodomite mindset. And so look at them not as the problem. Look at them like the victims. Look at them like victims. They'd say a lot of those people in those lifestyles, a lot of them, I'm not going to say every single one of them, but a lot of them, a vast majority, I'd say, faced some sort of trauma while they were young. Had something happen to them by an uncle, by a cousin, by somebody. They were victimized. And that became their first introduction to that kind of lifestyle. And so they think that's normal. And so they start living that lifestyle. It's not because they just, were born that way. Another thing, we talked about it in several classes. We did a podcast on this too. Sorcery. The chemicals. Sorcery comes from the Greek word pharmakia. You know what else comes from that word? Pharmacy. Drugs. Potions. And so we did a podcast on that in the 9th hour. Once again, if you haven't subscribed, you got to go check out the 9th hour. Great podcast, if I do say so myself. But they are putting drugs and chemicals in everything, in the water, in the plastics, and we're inhaling that, we're breathing it, we're touching it, and it's getting in us, and those chemicals disrupt your hormones. And so these babies don't develop like a baby boy should or a baby girl should. And so when you start getting 9 years old and you start looking at another boy like, this is interesting, it's not because you were born that way. It's because while you were a baby, you were sucking on the baby bottle made with BPA. And that over time has messed up the natural production of your hormones and made you start to think that way. It's not you were born that way. It's you were chemically castrated. You were chemically changed. Sorcery was done on you to make you that way. So once again, our brothers and sisters in that lifestyle, it's wrong. It's condemnable. But that's not what sodomites did. That's a symptom of being a sodomite. That is a symptom of a sodomite society. Look at them like victims, not like the perpetrators of a crime. Well, perpetrators of a crime, but because they're victims of a greater crime. Genesis 19:24. We know what happened in Sodom. We know what happened. We know the results. Genesis 19:24.
Then the Most High rained upon Sodom and upon Gomorrah brimstone and fire from the Most High out of heaven.
So fire came down from heaven and burnt up Sodom and Gomorrah and the other cities that were surrounding it. Let's read on.
And he overthrew those cities and all the plain and all the inhabitants of the cities and that which grew upon the ground.
So clearly he didn't find 10 people. He found Lot and his household, and that was it. And he said, this is enough to burn down this city. And so this is how the last days are going to be. The world is going to be consumed in fire. Let's get that in the books of Adam and Eve, chapter 49. We're going to pick up in the first verse, APSI. So this last world is going to be destroyed. And it's not going to be a large number of people. It's not going to be Sodom. Let's just say each city had 100,000 people in it. Anybody got a calculator and do some quick math? 100,000 times 500,000. What's 50? What percentage of a 500,000 is 50? I don't even know what that percentage is off the top of my head. That's a small number. And we're treating it light. 100,000 people per city. 500,000 people. The metro area of Atlanta, one city in the United States has more people than that. All these 5 cities. We're treating it even. What is that mathematically? Anybody do the math on that?
You said 50%?
No, 50 people.
Oh, 50 people.
Out of 500,000. What's the percentage on that? Put my calculator. So do 50 divided by 500,000. 0.0001. But if you can find 0.0001%, will you save the city? And that's how it is today. Very few are going to be saved. But can you find 0.001%? Can you find it? Abba, can you find that? Not likely, no. No, unfortunately, no. There's 8+ billion, almost 8.5 billion people on this earth. Now imagine that. The days of Sodom are going to be just like this. Let's read that. Let's prove that in the books of Adam and Eve, 49 verse 1.
6 days after Adam died, and Eve perceived that she would die, so she assembled all her sons and daughters, Seth with 30 brothers and 30 sisters. And Eve said to all, hear me, my children, and I will tell you what the archangel Michael said unto us, when I and your father transgressed the command of Abba, on account of your transgression, your Abba will bring upon your race the anger of his judgment, first by water, the second time by fire.
So the Most High said, because of the fall of Adam, your race, the human race, is going to get so wicked, so evil, so vile, that I'm going to have to destroy it twice. Once by water. Did that happen already? Absolutely. And archaeology, stories and accounts from even other nations will tell you that that happened. A massive cataclysmic flood came and destroyed everything, and only a few people survived. But the second time by fire, did that happen yet? To the population en masse? I'm not talking about individually. I'm talking about to the whole population, the whole race of people where there's only a few survivors. Did that happen yet? No, not yet. That time is still to come. So Sodom and Gomorrah was an example, a little taste of what Abiel has in store for the latter generation. There's going to be some with the spirit of Sodom on them. So it's only fit that the Most High is going to bring the end, the punishment on them like he did to Sodom. And so once by fire the second time, or once by water the second time by fire. Let's finish that up.
By these two will the Most High judge the whole human race.
All right. By these two, the Most High will judge them. Sodom is a microcosm of the big event that's going to happen at the end. The Most High is going to destroy this place by fire like he did with Sodom. And just like Sodom, only a remnant, only 0.001% or less than that would be saved. It's not something that's going to be everybody's going to be saved. Even 2/3. People say 1/3 is going to captivity, 1/3 is going to destruction, and 1/3 is going to be saved. That's too much. 1/3 is not 0.001. And even 0.001% is too much. A small populace, a small remnant is coming out. A remnant is almost a number you don't even count. You don't even do that mathematically. It's just a small amount. Most I say, out of one cluster of grapes, out of a cluster of grapes, I've chosen one. Y'all remember when we went to the vineyard, tabernacles? Look at how much grapes? I got like about 800 pounds of grapes. Imagine we said this one grape, this one muscadine. That's all we need. Put the other in the fire. Burn. No, don't just toss them in the trash. Burn the whole batch. That's how the Most High is going to do. 800 pounds of grape. I got one grape. That's going to be how it is for us. Now, anybody want a physical example beyond just the Bible that we can see? The Most High had another point where he was enraged. It's called Pompeii. Let's read on that, AP Kenneth Cameron. Now we got the AI overview of Pompeii. Pompeii is almost just like what happened with Sodom. The Most High is giving warnings. What does it say in Job? The Most High speaks once, he speaks twice, but men don't listen. Most High did with Sodom. He's like, look, I can still do this, all right? Y'all thought I was an old man. I don't spare the rod. What happened in Pompeii? First, what was Pompeii like?
Life in ancient Pompeii was a vibrant, chaotic blend of luxury, commerce, and pleasure.
Frequently described as what?
Described as if not the sin city of the Roman Empire.
He said described as, if not the sin city of the Roman Empire. This was a ancient Roman city known as the Sin City. We go to the AI overviews because it just gives you just that. Instead of us reading through a whole article, we can kind of get a good summary. Let's read on. But there's all this stuff is corroborated with various information from different articles and different sources. Let's read on.
As a popular vacation spot for wealthy Romans on the Bay of Naples.
The wealthy Romans were in there living it up. Let's read on.
The city thrived on wine, food, and entertainment with roughly 15,000 residents living amidst a bustling urban scene that was suddenly frozen in time.
Suddenly frozen in time because why? Because Mount Vesuvius erupted and covered them in fire and brimstone and ash. and all of them died. You can't tell me that ain't the work of the Most High. They even said they have accounts that the volcano rumbled. Like the anger of the Most High was kindled. Like, look, I'm giving you a warning. Matter of fact, let's read that. Let's go back up. Hold that, AP Cam. Let's go back up to that Wisdom of Solomon. Wisdom of Solomon 19:13. AP also. Let's read that. Wisdom of Solomon 19, verse 13.
And the punishments came upon the sinners not without formers signed by the force of the thunders.
So these sinners, he's talking about Sodom. The sinners had warnings. The Most High had an earthquake come, had thunders come, had noise come like, hey, get yourself right. Get back on track. The Most High wasn't just out of the blue, destroy them. He gave them signs and warnings. But did they heed? Absolutely not. Let's read on.
For they suffered justly according to their own wickedness, insomuch as they used a more hard and hateful behavior toward strangers.
He said, look at that lightning just came down and struck our city center and burned it down. That can only mean oppress the poor more. They did not hear and listen and hearken to the signs of Abba Yahweh. Let's read on.
For the Sodomites did not receive those whom they knew not when they came, but these brought friends into bondage.
They brought their friends, own friends, the angels that came down to greet Lot. They were like, hey, look, Lot, Abraham had prayed and said if we can find 50 people. So the Most High is going to do this, right? He's going to allow some time for you to go and teach and get 50 people. Hey, Lot, bring the men out. We got a sacrifice to do on this bed. We need them. Like, dang, I was about to the Most High was about to give you 3 more years to get right. Nah, bring them out, Lot. Bring them out. I need to see if an angel stars like a man. Crazy stuff. Put their own friends. These people came with good tidings of, look, if you repent and get right, the Most High will save you. They said, nope. I don't need none of that saving. I'm about to have fun. I'm about my fun. I'm about my money. I'm about my paper. Get out of here with that broke boy talk like donate my money. Man, we about to sacrifice these angels, and then we about to go on the yacht so we can go back to the island and get our freak on. Hurry up, Lot. This is what they were doing. Put them in bondage. Or tried to. But they did this several times with all these strangers. All the strangers that came and passed through Sodom. Abused them and destroyed them. Showing you even Wisdom of Solomon is corroborating what we're talking about. The sins of Sodom was not just weird, freaky stuff. It was that they were bringing strangers and the poor into bondage. So they were well deserving of the destruction that came because warnings came to them, just like warnings came to Pompeii. Let's drop that. Let's go back to that overview. Let's read on, AP Cameron.
Key aspects of the wild lifestyle in Pompeii included pervasive erotica.
Just like Sodom. Had so much time that they were, let's get erotic. Read on.
Erotic art was commonplace, with folly incorporated into furniture, oil lamps, and household decorations.
They said they had because Pompeii got covered in ash, and the ash coated and preserved the city. And so there's people who go and excavating, and they found in a restaurant a fresco, which is like a not quite a painting, but it's like these different colored stones kind of put together to make a picture. And you had an image of a man getting with a man in a restaurant. Like, yo, what's going on? This was a crazy place. Jump down to the next point.
Active nightlife and sex city vibe. The city had an estimated 25 to 35 brothels.
25 to 35 brothels. How many you need in a city? Remember, it's a small city, 15,000 people. How many brothels you need? Well, you don't get tired of it. You're like, I'm club hopping, but I'm not just club hopping. I'm brothel hopping. I went to this one. Now I'm about for about 3 hours. I'm about to go to that one. Then we're gonna go to that one. Crazy. Don't we see that today? Now we got digital brothels here in society, and that's okay. That's just normal. And look, the Most High giving another warning. The dude who started OnlyPans got cancer and died at 40-something years old. Most High's, I said, all praises. That dude, the Most High is like, look, wake up. This is not the lifestyle to live. And they not slowing down. And the crazy thing is, too, a lot of those companies, the H.O.W. and, all these other ones, they owned by the juice boxes. They are owned and funded and operated by the juice boxes. So you see, who has the spirit of Sodom on them, huh? They look at us like we not fit to be Israelites. When all the while, you the Sodomites. What's the next point, AP Cam?
Fast food culture. Residents often ate out utilizing numerous thermopolia to modern fast food counters.
So they had fast food all over the place. Huh. That's another small point. That's like today. You can't even get a decent meal. You can't even get healthy food. It's like you got McDonald's, you got Burger King, maybe Chipotle, maybe somewhat healthy. Well, you got Chick-fil-A. We think that's healthy. It's not. They had the same thing back in Pompeii. Let's read on. What's the next point?
Wine and gambling. The city was a major wine-producing area, and numerous bars, taverns, and restaurants offered lively social scenes with drinking, gambling, and brawls.
Look at today. Gambling is all over the place. You can't watch YouTube. We don't have ads on this channel, so we appreciate anybody supporting. We don't want to throw our ads on here. We talking about the wickedness of Sodom and all. Prize picks. Come in, your first $5 will get you $50. They got this legalized, or this gambling that's not even legalized. It's skirting the rules and the laws, and they put in that gambling right here in your face. It's not that gambling is wicked, but you know that the house always wins. You look at it like, man, if I put $50 on the Jets, I'm about to come out on top. They actually got people testifying that they were actually making good bets, making some money, and the platform shut them down. They say, you're making too much money, you're getting shut down. They can't make any bets or anything. The house must always win. What else do they have? What's the next point, AP Cam?
Spectacle and violence. The local amphitheater, the oldest surviving one in the world, hosted violent gladiator shows and wild beast hunts, providing entertainment for the masses.
What was going on in Sodom? They were going beating down people, and then that'd be a spectacle. And when that person tried to rise up, they'd be like, boo, get him out of here. They had spectacles of violence just like they did in Sodom, just like they do today. Read on.
Public socializing. Social life was focused.
We can actually drop it there. And we're going to move on and look at it differently. What now must we do? Let's go, AP Alsa, John 15:17, if you go to Romans 12:1. What must now we do? We should see, hopefully we see without a doubt and clearly, that we are living in present Sodom and Gomorrah. We are living in a place of abomination where all the sins of Sodom are being exemplified here. What must we now do? What should we do? John 15:17.
These things I command you, that ye love one another. If the world hates you, ye know that it hate me before it hate you.
Just like Sodom, when the angels came teaching righteousness, when Lot came, when Abraham came with his update to his covenant, they hated that. And so don't marvel when the world hates you. And that is in several facets. That may not just be in, we hate that you're Israelite, we're going to kill you. That might be whatever. You don't believe in taking the jab. You are a danger, a menace to society. You don't support LGBTQAXYZ rights. You're a danger to society. We need to deplatform you and shut you down. We don't like what you're talking about. You don't support this party. You're a bigot and you're evil and you're wicked. The world hates you because you're making too much sense. And so don't marvel because the world hates you. Read on.
If ye were of the world would love his own. But because ye are not of the world.
If you were like a sodomite, the world would love you and accept you and embrace you. If you knew how to scam, and not, no, you can't just be a scammer. You have to be an elite scammer. Like, you got to be like on the Epstein level. Because if you scam, and you not of that higher class, they will hate you. They will lock you up. But if you run something like, subprime mortgages, you're a scammer in the financial institution of America, oh, we love that. Come on, man, we need to bring you back up, and you need to come and actually help run the government. They love that. They want you to be a sodomite. But if you're not, if you say I hate this place, if you say I want universal health care for all American citizens, they hate you. That is socialism. That is communism. But when they come back and say, hey, I don't think you need to bail out all the banks with my taxpayer money, what's wrong with you? Banks are institutions that are instituting the fabric of society. We need them. We need to take your money and bail out these banks. Ain't that socialism? Thought you hated me because I was a socialist because I wanted universal health care. But when it comes to bail out the rich, that's fine. Makes no sense. Read that verse again.
If ye were of the world would love his own. But because ye are not of the world, but I have chosen you out of the world, therefore the world hateth you.
I have chosen you out of the world, therefore the world hateth you. I've chosen you to not be like this world. Let's get there in Romans 12:1 and see the same thing. We know we live in this world. We know all around us is this sodomite culture. But we must not be like the world. We must not fall victim to the ways of this world. Romans 12:1.
I beseech you, therefore, brethren, by the mercies of the Most High, that you present your bodies a living sacrifice.
You must, instead of being a sodomite, you must be a living, holy sacrifice. Now, how do you do that? Read on.
Holy, acceptable unto the Most High, which is your reasonable service.
You must be holy so that your sacrifice can be acceptable to Abba Yahweh. Now, if you say, I'm going to buy off a little bit of the sodomite culture right here, I like money. I got to be about my money. I got to get that paper. Shabbat coming around, but I got to get that paper. How's your sacrifice going to be holy? How are you going to be fit to be offered up to Abba Yahweh? How are you going to be fit to be a part of his holy congregation? When you I think gender is on the spectrum. And I think, we should be tolerant of, how are you going to be a holy sacrifice? The Most High outlined how his sacrifices must be. It must be a male without blemish. Now imagine you not talking about a male. I'm in between. I'm non-binary. Is that acceptable? He said a male without blemish. Because now you're not even just saying what's a male, what's a female. Now on top of that, you are blemishing yourself, talking about I'm about that paper, I'm about that money. If you broke, don't talk to me. We see that all in our music. We see how that sodomite culture has infected us. How does it go? And they've been saying that for years. It's not something that's recent. That's not something that artists today are talking about. They got songs saying, well, if it don't make dollars, it don't make sense. That came out, I don't even know when that came out, in the 90s or something. That is what people were saying even back then. I'm about my money, and if you ain't talking money, I don't want to hear it. That is a sodomite mindset. There's things greater, more important than money. Not saying don't have money, but we saying don't love money like we started off this class with. Your sacrifice must be holy. And if your mind is on money, if you give an oblation, you're like, can't wait to go to work because I need to get that money so I can buy this. I need to get my Gucci shirt. Your oblations are vain. They are not acceptable for Abba Yahweh. We know money is important in this world, but don't let that be where your heart is at. Let's read on.
Verse 2, and be not conformed to this world.
Don't be conformed to this world. And that's how the world wants you to do. It beats you down until you conform. We were talking about it. Dr. Fauci said the same thing. We need to restrict these people until they conform and drop their weird ideologies and get the jab. They want you to conform. They want you to bend and change from your godly, Christ-like disposition and change to the world, change into a sodomite. That's what they want you to do. They want you to focus on getting money, getting rich and wealthy, and then living it up, kicking your feet up and doing all types of weird, crazy things. That's what they want you to do. Don't be conformed to this world. This world will cause your sacrifices to be unacceptable like it was in the days of Sodom. Read on.
But be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind.
Be transformed. Renew your mind. Change your mind. This is where it starts. It changes in your mind first. You must be a new creature, thinking contrary to this world. Anything the world tells you is good, you should automatically have your spidey senses tingle, your righteous man senses tingle and be like, I'm skeptical of that. Everybody puffing smoke and they legalizing THC, you should be like, I'm skeptical of that. Yeah, you say it comes from a plant, but that plant has been genetically modified time and time again to produce tens or hundreds of times more THC than the stuff they were smoking in the 60s. I'm skeptical of that. Be renewed in your mind. Don't be conformed to this world. Let's read on.
But be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind, that ye may prove what is that good and acceptable and perfect will of Abba.
That you may prove it. It doesn't just come to you. You must prove what's good, what's acceptable, what's perfect, because the Sodomites thought what they were doing was good, acceptable, and perfect. Prove it. Let me examine myself. And let me see, am I doing the will of Abba Yahweh? Am I doing what I'm supposed to be doing? Am I being conformed to this world? Am I acting like a sodomite? Ask yourself that. Knowing what the sins of Sodom are, ask yourself, are you acting like a sodomite? Are you all about your paper? You a sodomite. Do you not care about the poor and lowly and you just care about your bag? You a sodomite. If you are not living like Abba Yahweh has commanded us to do. Look at what the Sodomites did, right? When Abram said, my name is no longer Abram, I'm Abraham, and you must circumcise the foreskin of your flesh. They rejected that. They said, absolutely not. And if so, think about that. If you hear of the new covenant and you're rejecting it, you are a sodomite. You are a sodomite. Even if you say you are Israelite. Because Ezekiel told Jerusalem they were worse than their sister Sodom. So don't think because you are Israelite, you know about Deuteronomy 28, you know about Shabbat day and not eating pork, that you're not a sodomite. Tell me, how are you giving the Most High his sacrifices in due season? And don't tell me your peace offering is saying, brother, I forgive you. Brother, here's some peace. Give me a hug, brother. That ain't no peace offering. Oh, give the Most High his daily oblations. And if you reject that, if you hear that, if you hear about oblations and sacrifice and you say, nah, Christ was the last sacrifice, you a Christian sodomite in Israelite clothing. You might have some tassels on, but you still a sodomite. Let's really examine ourselves. If a lot of your doctrine is similar to the Christian church that you claim to hate and despise, how are you not a sodomite? Romans said, be not conformed to the world. Christianity is highly acceptable in this world. Highly acceptable. You being conformed to this world. How are you not? Prove to me you're not. Just because you say Yahuwah doesn't make you not a sodomite. Prove it in your actions. What did the Messiah say about the Pharisees? Do as they say, but not as they do. Because they are wicked. They're an abomination. The Pharisees look like the epitome of righteous Israelites. But he said, as we started off in last week's class, the Messiah said to them, it's going to be better on the day of judgment for Sodom and Gomorrah than for this generation. And he was talking to his own people. So we really have to examine ourselves. Be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind, so that you may prove and know what is good and acceptable and perfect before Abba Yahweh. Let's finish that up.
Verse 3, for I say, through the grace given unto me, to every man that is among you, not to think of himself more highly than he ought to think.
Once again, one of the sins of Sodom. They were haughty. They exalted themselves. They thought more highly of themselves than they really should have. They thought they were the royalty, the cream of the crop, when really they were the primal men, the servants, to serve Abraham. And just like Abraham's servants, they were still treated like royalty. Look at Eleazar. He wasn't treating him like just some scum. He was treating him like somebody of his own household. But now imagine if Eleazar said, hey, you know what, Abraham, I'm the covenant bearer. Step aside. He's thinking more highly of himself than he ought to. You need to have that right skill to know, don't go too low, of course. Don't debase yourself, but don't go higher than you ought to be. You need to stay in your lane, said Abba Yahweh. Says the prophet, stay in your lane. If the Most High chose you to be an excellent porter, don't be like Dathan and Corey talking about, I want to be a priest too. I thought we all holy. Well, I need to be a priest too. The Most High had an excellent plan for you to execute the portership. But you weren't content with that? You got to go above and beyond. That is the spirit of Sodom, to be haughty, to be high-minded. Read on.
Continuing verse 3. But to think soberly, according as Abba Yahweh hath dealt to every man the measure of faith.
According to the measure of faith. You got Christians talking about, I'm apostle, Reverend Dr. John Smith. Whoa, okay. And that's how they introduce themselves, too. It ain't no, hey, brother, how you doing? It's, brother, I am apostle, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. the Fifth. Shake my hand, brother. And brother, humble down. You thought you were this high and mighty person. This is one of the sins of Sodom. Let's drop that. I would like to skip this scripture for time's sake, but I think we need to go through it. Let's go to Psalm 73, and we're going to pick up in the first verse, APPAREL, as we, once again, continue to wind down this class. Then we're going to go to Acts 2, AP candidate. Psalm 73, let's pick up in the first verse.
Truly, the Most High is good to Israel, even to such as are of a clean heart. But as for me, my feet were almost gone. My steps had well nigh slipped.
So David is saying that my mind, I know that Abba Yahweh loves those of a clean heart, but for me, I was envious. My mind was almost ready to slip. Why? Read on.
For I was envious at the foolish when I saw the prosperity of the wicked.
I see these wicked Sodomites having great prosperity. Read on.
For there was no bands in their death, but their strength is firm.
They're strong. When Epstein passes away, another one comes up in his place. They're strong. Death has no hold over them. It doesn't stop them. Look at them. They're rich scammers and manipulators and wicked, evil people are at the helm of society. They have all the riches. I'm envious of that. I can barely pay my rent. I can barely feed myself, let alone my family, my children. I'm envious of that, said David. Read on.
They are not in trouble as other men.
I never see them in trouble. Whenever a problem comes, here's $50,000. Let's move on. Other men, when trouble comes, it's a problem. We talked about it with the judges. You get in legal problems for them. Look at Pfizer when they get sued. They settle out for a fraction of the profits they got off of what they're getting sued for. You get sued for $10,000, your life is over. You feel like your life is ending. They get sued for millions of dollars. And that's just that's cost of doing business. Let's move on. Let's read on.
Neither are they plagued like other men. Therefore pride compasseth them about as a chain. Violence covereth them as a garment. Their eyes stand out with fatness.
Let's jump down for time's sake to verse 15. So David looked at them and said, I'm envious of the prosperity of these Sodomites. These people just love money, are haughty and proud, and they are getting all the gain in this world. Why do I not have that? Let's jump down. Verse 15.
If I say, I will speak thus, behold, I shall offend against the generation of thy children.
He said, if I continue that mindset, it will be an offense to this generation, to my people who need to stand strong and hear this message. Let's read on.
When I thought to know this, it was too painful for me.
I know the truth of Abiyah, but why am I not successful in life? When I thought of that, it pained me. But what happened?
Until I went into the sanctuary of the Most High.
Until I went and got some faith. Until I went into the temple of Abiyah, into the holy sanctuary, and then what?
Then I understood.
He's like, then I understood. I understand it now. I know what's going to happen to them. I see that they're just like Sodom and Gomorrah. Yeah, they're fat and prosperous, but fire is going to come and consume them, and they're going to have no resurrection in the end. Sure, you're going to live life lavishly right now, but Abiyah has showed me the torment and the end that is coming to you. Read on.
Then I understood in their end. Surely thou didst set them in slippery places. Thou castest them down into destruction. How are they brought into desolation? As in a moment.
As in a moment. It's not going to be this subtle, slow thing. It's going to be in the twinkling of an eye. In a moment. You can close your eyes and wake up, it's fire raining down from the sky. Just like that. Coming to destroy those with the spirit of Sodom upon them. Let's drop that. Let's go to Acts 2 and 37. So we should take this example from David. David, the covenant bearer. Even he was looking at like, why are these people prospering? And it's easy for us to say that. Man, why are these people rapping about wicked, abominable things? Why are they getting the success? But then these people who want to sing about righteousness and godliness, they're not getting anything. Why is it that the people who are scamming are making all the money, but the people who are trying to work hard and get an honest living are barely scraping by? It makes you jealous. But get some faith in Abiyah. Rest assured, wait patiently on his will, on his redemption. Because if you were to go into the sanctuary and go into the oblation, the Most High would give you a vision and say, look at what I showed Enoch. Look at these divisions under the earth. Look at that one that's full of torment and bondage and destruction. Everybody who goes there is slated for their soul to be consumed on the day of judgment. But look at this other one. This is where righteous men like Adam, Noah, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Moses, and David are. Dwelling in the land of living waters, a fertile land. Their soul is at rest, waiting to be resurrected in the last days. David saw that and was like, yo, I don't care about anything on this earth. That is the supreme prize. Some people are going to be like, I don't care about that. I want to live my life now. Okay, you're an Epicurean, you're a Sodomite. Thank you for letting me know. We're going to move on. We're calling the people who want to serve and receive the blessings of Abiyah. That blessing of that immortality. You love mortality. You love the physical, carnal things. Go and live your life. But those, and remember, it's going to be 0.001% or even less. That's what we're looking for. The 0.001. And it's not just a race thing. There's going to be those of the nations who cry out and say, I hate this place. Abba, come and save us. And so those are the ones who are going to see the value in that pearl of a great price. It looks like nothing now, just like any investment. If you said Bitcoin in 2009 is worth whatever, 50 cents, you'd be like, that's trash. But over time, you see in 2026, it's down. And it's what, like $60,000 for one coin? Imagine you got one while the getting was good at 50 cents. Your 50 cents in less than 20 years has turned to $60,000. Now imagine you got 80 of them. Imagine you got 100. Imagine you got more. That's how this is. The end for the saints is going to be more glorious than what Sodom ever had, what Egypt ever had, what America, Western society, Europe, and what is so-called Israel has ever even imagined. Acts 2, verse 37.
Now when they heard this, they were pricked in their heart, and said unto Peter and to the rest of the apostles, Men and brethren, what shall we do? Then Peter said unto them, Repent, and be baptized, every one of you, in the name of Yahushua, for the remission of sins. You shall receive the gift of the Holy Spirit.
So this is the day of Pentecost, the 50th day of the Feast of Weeks. They, even after the Messiah's crucifixion, were keeping the Hebrew feast. And in that, he told the people that gathered, you were amongst those who crucified the Messiah. You must change. They said, they were pricked to the heart. And they said, what shall we do? He said, be baptized, wash your hands and your feet, take this bread, take this wine, and get into a vow offering and remove the spirits of sin that are on you so that you can find, that the Holy Spirit can find room in you. And what else?
For the promises unto you and to your children and to all that are far off, even as many as the Most High shall call, and with many others, and with many other words did he testify and exhort, saying, Save yourselves from this untoward generation.
This is what you must do. You must be baptized, truly baptized. If you got dunked in a pool of water, you don't know what baptism is. You are being conformed by the ways of the world. You saw a movie of somebody dunking a white Jesus in a river and lifting him up and light glowing, and now that's what you want to do. Don't be conformed to the world. Learn the true baptism. That was never, ever, anywhere in Hebrew culture. Ever, anywhere, at all. At all. And we covered that in several classes. Repent, meaning not get on your knees and cry and say, I'm sorry. It means change. To have an afterthought of the wickedness you did and not do it again. Have remission of sin. Learn what sin is. You're once again being conformed to this world, to the sodomite world, if you think sin is doing wrong. Why is it that Israelites and Christians alike go to John, 1 John, try to break down sin, when sin is broken down in Genesis? In the ancient Hebrew text, that sin is a spirit that enters into you. Have that spirit removed so the Holy Spirit can now enter into you. And once you do all these things, read that verse 40 again.
Verse 40, and with many other words did he testify and exhort, saying, Save yourselves from this untoward generation.
Save yourselves from this wicked and untoward generation. This is a generation that does not go toward Abba Yahweh, but goes away from him. Save yourselves from this wicked sodomite generation. Save yourselves. But you can't save yourselves if you had not been baptized, anointed, consecrated, and are engaging in the sin, trespass, and peace and thanksgiving offerings of the New Testament. Remember, the sons of Sodom, the people of Sodom, said, we don't want anything to do with Abraham's sacrifice. We don't want to be consecrated or circumcised like Abraham. So if you are against this new covenant, if you're saying the new covenant is not here, or if you're saying that we don't need to do any of this stuff, you are a sodomite. What did we read in the beginning? They're babbling and doting about vain things and strife and debating. Is the new covenant here? Is it not here? Do we have to do it? Christ can do away with sacrifice? You know nothing. You know absolutely nothing of Abba Yahweh, and yet you're trying to debate what his will is. Learn the truth. And we're not saying that because we're proud or pompous. We're saying that because the Holy Spirit of wisdom has dwelt upon us to teach us and edify these things. We didn't make this up of our own devising. Abba Yahweh has gifted us this. Let's get 2 Peter 2 and 6. AP Cam, we're going to read that. And we're going to close it up with Isaiah 43 and 1.
2 Peter 2:6. And turning the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah into ashes, condemned them with an overthrow, making them an example unto those that after should live ungodly.
Just like we said, he made Sodom and Gomorrah to be an example to anybody who should live ungodly. He's saying, this is how I'm going to end the world. I ended 5 cities, but in a few thousand years, I'm going to end the whole world. Just like this. So learn. Do you want to be saved from this, or do you want to be consumed in the fire? Let's read on.
Verse 7. And delivered just Lot, vexed with the filthy conversation of the wicked.
So he delivered out of this city, out of 5 cities, only 1 man in his household. Only saved Lot. It's going to be like this in the last days. That only a small, minute fraction is going to be preserved out of this cataclysm. Let's read on.
From that righteous men dwelling among them, and seeing and hearing, vexed his righteous soul from day to day with their unlawful deeds.
So don't think Lot was just a background character. He was there like vexed every single day. When he heard the screams, those men on the beds getting stretched out and being compressed, Lot was vexed. Lot was like, man, I can't take this anymore, Abba. Most High said, all right, I heard you. Well, I'm going to get rid of it. Let's read on.
Verse 9. And the Most High knoweth how to deliver the ungodly out of temptations, and to reserve the unjust unto the day of judgment to be punished.
He's saying the Most High knows how to save the just and punish the wicked, even though you're planted right here in the midst of them. The Most High said, I know how to separate. I know how to divide good from bad. I know how to preserve the righteous ones, even though they're mixed in this sea of Sodom. I know how to save them and deliver them. Let's go now, Isaiah 43:1, AP, and get ready to close down this class.
But now, thus saith the Most High, that created thee, O Jacob, and he that formed thee, O Israel, fear not, for I have redeemed thee. I have called thee by thy name. Thou art mine.
Fear not, for those who are Israel indeed, not just in lineage, but in action and in deed. Fear not. The Most High has called fire to come down from heaven upon this place. But don't fear, because the Most High knows how to save those who he has chosen for redemption. Let's read on.
When thou passest through the waters, I will be with thee.
When the flood comes upon the earth and kills all of the people and rocks the ark to and fro like it's about to break, don't worry, Noah. I am there, I am with you, says Abba Yahweh. Let's read on.
And through the rivers, they shall not overflow thee.
When I need to save Moses and the children of Israel and bring them into the promised land, I know how to part the ocean and let all my chosen come, and then when the wicked come and swoop them all up. Read on.
When thou walkest through the fire.
And just like today, when the fire comes down from heaven and consumes all the wicked, what shall happen?
Thou shalt not be burned.
You shall be like Lot, being saved and preserved. You shall not be burned. You shall be preserved and protected if you do these things. If you do what Paul or Peter told the Israelites of his day, baptize, repent, be converted, be consecrated in the covenant of David, consecrated by the Messiah the Prince, and bear your true Hebrew cross, the heave and the wave of the meat and the drink offering, and live a life free of sin, offering sacrifices daily for the remission of sins and the atonement for all of your transgressions. This is how, even in the last days, being overcome and overwhelmed with the world of Sodom, of Sodomites, the righteous shall be preserved. This is what shall happen in the last days. Sodom is a microcosm of a larger event that's to happen in the end. And like we said, it's not enough to just know who has the spirit of Sodom. God willing, next week we're going to analyze those who have the spirit of Egypt upon them and see, does this line up? Because the spirit of Sodom has been here since the days of Abraham. But when you see that nation with the spirit of Sodom and Egypt, Now you know the last days are here. That's going to conclude this class and this portion of the series, The Last Days. We're going to open up the floor for Q&A. Anybody have any questions? We're going to start here, as we always do, locally amongst the audience here. And then we're going to go to the Zoom line and see if anybody's in there has any question. Then we're going to lastly go to the live chat as well of this YouTube video. So any questions related to this class, please keep them germane to this class. Abba willing, we will be answering those questions if it be the Most High's will. Once again, we got to talk about some of these things here. If you don't have a calendar or a calendrical study guide, you have to get one. This is essential for any saint. Part of your covenant is to keep the Most High's feast days. And if you're not keeping them, then you may be making a holy day, an abominable day, and the Most High may come down with consuming fire, and you might be out there amongst the Sodomites. And if you don't know what faith is, you'll never really serve Abba Yahweh, because you'll always be doubting, you'll always be wondering, am I really doing the right thing? Have some faith. So when Hasatan comes and tempts you and tricks you, you have the shield to protect against that. And also, make sure you join us on the 9th hour. Make sure you join us on the 9th hour podcast. That is a beautiful podcast that we're doing where we bring a priestly perspective to secular events that are going on. You got to subscribe to that podcast. And make sure you turn on notifications. There's people who said, I didn't know y'all going live because you didn't turn on notifications. Turn on notifications so you know when we're going live here on the House of Wisdom and on the 9th hour. It's definitely critical that you get those notifications so that you know when we're going live, because the times may change a little bit. You don't be out here waiting, saying it was 6:30, but we really went live at 7:30. Get the notification so you know you can watch it. And we're going to be talking about the things that plague society today. We're going to be talking about the things that are going on in this sodomite culture and why we as spiritual people need to navigate around it. I think last week we were talking about, AI and the surveillance, and they are rolling out cameras in toilets so they can get your print and see if you got cancer or something. But just like everything we talked about yesterday, mission creep, it moves to something else. It doesn't just stay there with something. It's always and it's usually that, health. But it moves on to something else. This is, straight sodomite. Why I got to get a camera that looks at your back door? I don't need that. And that's stored off-site. That's not stored in your toilet. They're not printing off a Polaroid. You shake that and see, this is what it looks like. No. It's stored in a database off-site. Somebody else can come and get access to that. We are at the height, the epitome of sodomy, of a wicked society that's all about stealing, scamming you, and it's all about money. Anyway, let's get back to the Q&A. Anybody in the audience have any questions? I'll be willing right now is the time to put them forth so we can go ahead and answer them. All right. We got quiet. Okay, we got a question in the back. We got a question in the back. Any questions on Zoom while we at it? Anybody in the Zoom line? Once again, the link is in the description. Can we post that link in the live chat? Actually, matter of fact, I may be able to do that.
I get it real quick.
All right. You got the okay. We got the receiver for the mics on. We have some technical difficulties.
All right, go ahead now. Slack it.
Shalom.
Shalom, sis.
I don't have a question. I just wanted to say this was a powerful class, and I'll be watching it all week. And thank you so much.
All praise the Most High.
Just all the wisdom that came out today. So thank you.
All praises. Absolutely. We need to recognize the times that we're in, and we do it by these things that we're talking about. Everything in this series is powerful because it is showing us the time we're in, the place we're in on the timeline. And it is essential for us to know that as saints of our behalf, because we're looking for salvation. And one thing we need to do, we don't need to be so focused on how the wicked are going to be punished. Our flame's going to come down and melt your eyeballs and burn your skin. All right, that's cool. But how the righteous going to be saved? That's what we need to be looking at. The Most High is going to redeem us out of the fire and make us his holy people and bring us into a land promised to our forefathers. That's what we need to be looking at. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I like to add to that. Not for us to be so focused on what's going to happen to those who are being wicked, but I know sometimes being in the world and just, the society, it will discourage you when you're trying to do everything you can and you see everybody else that's being wicked, they're winning. You said something about the music industry and how like a lot of the music that's being pumped out why is it like that? Mm-hmm. There was an example of I think his name is Leor Cohen or something like that. He had like an example where they asked him that question on I think it was Breakfast Club or something like that, and he said, "I got to make some money."
Yep.
So it shows that sodomite culture that you was bringing out. That we don't always need to, people are gonna hate you because you're doing the right thing, and for us not to, fall underneath the pressures of what the world is putting on us to the point where we try to go backwards, and try to be accepted by those who are hating us because we're striving to do the right thing.
We need to not be conformed to this world. The world wants us to be a certain way, and we talked about we see it everywhere. There's influences in everything. That's why they put this LGBT stuff on the TV. Not because, we need to show representation. It will have nothing to do with the show or the movie you're watching. Nothing at all, but they toss it in. Why? Because the more you put it in your mind, the more it starts to influence you. And the more you start to say, I guess it's just normal. And then they always do it where they make it the most, ferocious character. He's the one saving the day, and then he, turns around. Oh, yeah, I guess these are the ones who are, they're actually superheroes sometimes. They do the same thing with women. And that's another thing that they're trying to influence highly is the sisters to be a way that they should not be. Strong and masculine and doing things they ought not to do. You look at some of these movies, they make a woman protagonist and she's dominating everybody in a fight. You have this muscle-bound bodyguard coming and she's doing some kung fu and knocking him out. Man, you do that in real life, it don't work that way. But they influencing women, and she may not fight her man, but she I can argue. I can stand up to a man. I can stand up to my husband and rebel against him. And they always want to give you the married brother's yeah, tell him you are done. We gonna have some counsel later, all right? We got you. We got you. It's gonna be a safe space for the brothers. But they're making that where that is commonplace. That's normal. That's typical, and it's not typical. And they always give the extreme case. What if man is beating you to pieces? Well, how often is that happening? Really, in actuality, how often is that happening? Men should not be doing that. But you turn around, they've done social experiments where they had a man, and they're just friends. They had a man, not even doing anything crazy, but pushing this woman in public, on the street. They arguing, and he pushed her or something, and he's grabbing her up. There's men coming to save her. There's men coming, putting him in a chokehold and putting him in some jujitsu move and put him on the ground. But they flipped the script. The woman is now poking him in his chest and punching him and pushing him and slapping him. There's men came in look at you, and they start slapping him too. It is commonplace. We always talk about the man coming and beating down a woman, and that's deplorable. That's wicked. But women do the same thing. And you look at, these LGBT relationships, particularly the L, and them domestic violence cases are through the roof. Through the roof. I wonder why. No man in sight. And yet y'all pounding down each other. I know several cases, personal cases, that I personally know of, where those relationships ended up in severe violence where one of them was shot and killed. You think going to a woman is the solution? It's not. Men, they tend to be more level-headed and they try to calm it down. They bring the balance. When you got two women, there's no balance. It's just extreme to one extreme. And you may think that's sexist. Well, stop being a sodomite. Let's move on to the next question. Any questions in the audience? Any other questions on Zoom? Got anything on Zoom?
Yeah, we got somebody in Zoom, but no response yet. So
Okay.
we can go ahead and continue on.
Okay. Any questions on the live chat?
No questions on the live chat.
All right, you sure?
All right.
Yeah.
There's one on the live chat. It says this is from a 9. I guess it says in reference to what you said. He said, "Is gambling not a trespass?"
It's a good question. In the Christian realm, they talk about gambling, drinking, and all this kind of stuff is a transgression. But you don't find that in the scriptures. It's a transgression if the Most High laid out a statute or a law or a commandment or a judgment that you don't do. But there is no statute saying don't wager a bet or don't actually, I guess put some money up against something, and try to see if it's going to happen. That is not in scriptures. Now, people try to go circumstantially and try to find certain things and say, see, it says don't boast about the future. So you boasting by gambling. That's not the same thing. Boasting about the future is I am going to be a millionaire. I know it in my bones. I will be a millionaire. You boasting. You don't know what the Most High's will is. You can't turn one head on your hair gray. Well, they got stuff out there now to do that. But you can't control that. It happens on its own. And so that's what he's talking about. But gambling and saying, hey, I think this horse is going to win, and I'm going to put $50 on it is not wicked. Now, what you do have is just like any pleasurable, fun thing, Satan can use it against you. It can be addictive. And there's some people who gamble their lives away. There's people who gamble their money away, and they got wife and children at home, and they got a house, and they about to lose the house. The kids don't know where they're going to stay because he gambled it away. Is that wise? Is that righteous? Absolutely not. You are a fool. Well, if somebody did that back in the days of, say, David, they wouldn't look at you like you transgressed. They would look at you like you're a fool. You are a foolish man, and you would never have any status. That's what they would look at you like. They had a man, Nabal. He was a drunkard. Dude was always getting tipsy every day. Now, was David drinking something? Yes. He was giving everybody at the temple a good piece of meat and a flagon of wine. But it's like saying because Nabal was a drunkard, drinking is a trespass. It's not. But if you don't moderate it, Satan will use that to bring you to a lower station. You'll be brought down to a morsel of bread. So that's what it's about. Gambling itself is not a trespass. You don't see that in the scriptures. But am I advising people to do that? No. I wouldn't advise you to eat a rock, but there's no scripture saying don't do that. But you bust your teeth out, you made a foolish decision. We're going to look at you. We're not going to kick you out of the congregation. Somebody go chew on that brother's bread and give it to him because he ain't got no teeth now. So that's what it is. And so gambling is not a trespass, but I don't advise anybody to do it. They have strategized and learned the ways of gambling so that the house always wins. Actually, shoot, we do it here for fun. We don't really gamble, but we At the feast, you know, we get some card games going and we enjoy ourselves. But do I advise gambling? Absolutely not. But it's not a trespass either. So if you like to go to a casino and you're smart about it, you say, I got $500 that I reserve. I got all my bills paid. I'm not going to be, you know, kicked out if I lose this. Yeah, you can go to the casino and have fun. That's not wicked. But you got to be careful of all the other wickedness that's tied with it too. All right.
It might be a 9th hour podcast question right here. Okay. We got one from Nameless Mark 357. He said, how should a man approach the dating game in Sodom?
Yep. That is a podcast question, 9th hour.
You are now listening.
Let's go ahead and get it started. But that's a good question, but it's not one we're going to answer right here. But what I will say about that is be careful and recognize that a lot of these people here are Sodomites, are Babylonian, are Egyptian in mindset. And if we are going to be Israelites, that is what we should be looking for. Look what happened with Isaac. Rebecca was like, hey, I don't want you to choose any of these random Babylonian Canaanite women. I want you to go back to our forefathers and choose a spouse. Same thing that was said to Jacob. My bad, not Rebecca. Rebecca said that to Jacob. But Abraham sent his servant to go find a wife of his people for Isaac. Look what happened with Samson. He was like, oh, I like that Philistine woman. His parents like, yo, you can't find one amongst our people? He's like, nah, I want her. And that became his downfall. And so the only thing I'll say here really is just be careful and don't jump just because the fish are biting. All right. Any other questions? All right, if that's it on the questions, we'll go ahead and shut this class down. Let's be mindful. Unfortunately, we are living in Sodom and Gomorrah, not for the reasons that some people may think, because they're proud, because they have the abundance of bread and don't care for the poor, because this society is haughty and high-minded, and they are multiplying their abominations. And just like Sodom, it's filled with oppression of the poor. It's filled with scams and oppression, fake judgment. But we must stand strong in our behalf knowledge, knowing that he can preserve and save his saints even when the fire comes down. So tune in next week. Abba willing, the priests are going to go through and show how not only is this the land of Sodom, spiritually Sodom, but also the spiritually called Egypt. May peace and thanksgiving always be multiplied amongst all the saints. Shalom.
Say you can't find no peace in the wicked, 'cause the passion of Christ is nowhere to be found. Heaven and earth shall pass away, but my words they shall resound. I've been beat up, I've been battle tested, but my Abba got my back, I never feel neglected. Bring it in into the curse, yeah, Kim, I'm resurrected. Grab that book and shut the verse until they get the message.
If you don't get it, house of tongue gon' test you. Congregation of the saints, we got that bread and leaven. Almost strapped, we standing firm in the windows of heaven. You keep the feast, you best believe you gon' receive that blessing.
Watch this, just keep the feast, but out here living sin free. I'm occupied these 50 days and I've been waiting patiently. Can take my arm, can take my leg, but not my mind, not that disease. No discipline is pleasant, therefore pick up your feeble knees.
House of time was the one that told you not to get them all friends. Hit the truth 10 and the law sin, it's all in darkness. See you got that sin and the trespass, man, they gon' cost me. But but the ninth hour, Hasatan gotta get up off me.
Say you can't find no peace in the wicked, cause the passion of Christ is nowhere to be found. And this is the time for Abba's vengeance. Desolation shall be to the wicked expound. Say you can't find no peace in the wicked, cause the passion of Christ is nowhere to be found. Heaven and earth shall pass away, but my words they shall resound.
Ain't no time to put my feet up. Whole time bread and wine, brother need a re-up. Put your D's up, Satan coming like he Jesus to the dark. Judgment coming from heaven, it's time to guard your heart.
And like Elijah, I hear an abundance of rain. Obvious judgment coming in for the children of Cain. We been going through 3.5 years of pain. I won't rest until the wicked are bound up in chains.
Spirit of truth, given to the youth, right here in our heart. Bring all things to our mind like way back in the ark. What you thought, food for thought like Noah in the flood. Meet your end if you ain't written down in the blood.
I receive power in the ninth hour when I call upon the name of Abba Yahweh, and he devoured the children of Babel. And with his right hand he toppled the tower.
Find no peace in the wicked, cause the passion of Christ is nowhere to be found. And this is the time for Abba's vengeance. Desolation shall be to the wicked expound. Say you can't find no peace in the wicked, cause the passion of Christ is nowhere to be found. Heaven and earth shall